Good morning, everyone. Welcome to June 2nd workshop. We have a busy morning, a lot of stuff on the agenda. So let's get to it. I do want to mention the agenda amendments. The chair found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the June 2nd agenda, updated May 30th and posted to the district website, manateeschools.net. The agenda item that was added was item number 4 that we'll get to, discussion of new superintendent contract. So with that, we do not have any public comments. I don't believe still any, but we can see how that goes later on. Number 1, we'll go to overview of the capital budget. I have Ms. Sellers and also Mr. Rinaldi, so take it away.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and Superintendent. We're going to give you an overview of the capital budget that Ms. Sellers' department and my department have been working on over the past 2 months. This is essentially a draft. It'll come back to you at a later date in its final form, but we wanted to give you an update as to the progress that we have been making. There's going to be 2 parts to this. I'm going to talk about the expenditures. I'm going to talk about 4 key projects that we're planning in order to address growth. I'm going to talk to you about the reprioritization of the Jacobs report. Then I'm going to get into the capital budget breakdown, which is the detailed breakdown, and then talk a little bit about the transfers and debt, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Sellers, and she'll talk about the revenue that we're projecting for the upcoming year. So the first of the 4 projects that are related to growth is the Rye Ranch project. That is off Rutland Road at the intersection of North Rye Road. So that's County Road 675. It's a little bit over 18 acres. We are planning on an elementary school there, 964 student stations. At this point right now, we're going to be asking for prototypes, so we're not going to be reusing any of our existing prototype campuses for this project. We are under contract. We anticipate a closing in late 2024. At this point right now, the infrastructure is not in place in order for us to undertake the construction of our property. The goal is to relieve some of the capacity issues that we have at Harvey, as well as some of the issues that we have at Williams and Witt. We see a lot of new development that's going to happen around Williams and Witt as well, so we kind of see that we're going to be able to give some relief to all 3 of those campuses. It is broken funding-wise when we look at it. It's broken over 2 years, $28 million each year, and it's anticipated that it's going to be part of a second COPS issue that we put out. We are going to be advertising for the architects for the prototypes, and then immediately after that we'll advertise for the construction management as well. So that's the elementary school. There is a second elementary school that is on the budget, and I'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the detailed budget. The second project is the North River Ranch project. That's really on Fort Hammer Road, immediately north of Moccasin Wallow Road. We've got a little bit over 30 acres there as well. We're going to design this campus for 1,164 students. We are going to reuse the Sugg Middle School, Dr. Mona Jane Middle School prototype with some minor modifications. So the architect for this project will be Harvard Jolly. We are in the process right now of shortlisting the construction manager. So we're hoping within a month's time we'll have the construction manager on board. We anticipate closing of the property sometime in 2023. driving it recently. They've already got the roadways going in, the main roadways, and they've got the infrastructure going in. So we're hoping that we'll have infrastructure to our site in fairly short order. Once again, this is what we're thinking on this. Even though it's ultimately going to be a middle school, we may look to bring maybe Harvey, fourth, fifth, or possibly fourth, fifth graders, and maybe sixth graders from Buffalo Creek, and try to matriculate them through so that we can give some immediate relief to Harvey when this opens up. And that's kind of in the schematic phase right now, but it's part of the discussions that we've been having as well. This project is estimated around $75 million at this time. The third project is the K-8 project. That is located at the intersection of Uline Road and what's called South Academic Way. Don't go on Google or anything, try to find that road because it's not there, but it's on Uline Road, so it's immediately off 64 is where it stands. This is going to be a K-8 school, and it's kind of unique. It's going to be 750 elementary school students, 750 middle school students. And we're looking to phase this as well, that perhaps we finish the 750 elementary students first, so we can immediately give some relief to Gullet. And then the following year, we finish out the middle school wing, the gymnasium, and the middle school athletic facilities as well. So we're looking to get some immediate relief at the elementary level. We have hired an architect. It's HKS Architects in joint with Williams Design Group, so it's a joint venture. We have hired a construction manager, NDC Construction, as well. So we've got all the team on board at this point right now. You'll see the contract for the architect probably coming through at the next board meeting. So we're just finalizing. We did some preliminary assessments with them so that we could get a tight architectural fee. So that's in process. Now this is impact fees, 100% impact fees at this point, and we're estimating it at around $97 million. And the final is the high school. This is the big one. So this is south of Rangeland Parkway, west of Post Road. It's in close proximity to the Premier Sports campus up in Lakewood Ranch. So we're thinking a little bit under 2,000 students, 1987. We presently own that property. We're estimating a cost at around $150 million. We will be advertising for a prototype to hire the architect and then immediately hire the construction manager as well. This project is going to actually, our goal is to have full occupancy of the entire campus in August of 2027 at this point right now from a scheduling standpoint. So those are the new, or the projects that we have in the draft budget that specifically address capacity and bringing additional capacity to the east side of the county as well. The next group is the Jacobs report, and we have reconfigured the data on the Jacobs report. We have removed all of the active projects that we have underway right now. We have included additional data that has arisen since 2019 when Jacobs did the report. For instance, if Jacobs said this roof is fine and all of a sudden in the last year the roof has been leaking, then we adjusted that data to reflect that. If we've got piping that's leaking for the HVAC, we've done that in order to get a closer idea of what the true condition is. In addition to that, we modified the construction costs that were in the report, and that was interesting when we did that because some construction costs escalated, some stayed the same, but as a result of that, the actual cost and the facility cost index for those campuses kind of adjusted a little bit. But now we have 2023 construction costs in that as well. But then we weighted all of the campuses. And the way we weighted the campuses was the present rating that we had for 23 that we put together, we gave that 40%. There was a rating that we did prior to last year's budget. We gave that a 15% rating. And then in 2019, when the report originally came out, we gave that a 10% rating. And then we took the permanent capacity, that was rated at 20%, and then the weighted age was weighted at 15%. And you can see when you look at the details, the one that kind of pops out is Moody. Really jumped up on the list because it had two things going for it. It had capacity that was over 100%, and on top of that, it was the second oldest campus that we had within the group right there. So now we have Tillman, Ballard, Moody, Harley, Myakka City, and Rowlett are the next 6 projects that we've put into the budgets. These projects actually aren't kicking off until about year 3 because we have so much new construction going on. But so that's the routing of the projects and the rationale how we decided those projects as well. And starting in year 3 is going to be able to give us the time to deal with DOE and the Castaldi analysis. And we foresee out of those that Tillman, Moody, and Myakka, we will submit Castaldi's on that. We really don't believe there's any way to do extensive demolition on Ballard, so that's probably going to be a full renovation since it's already a single campus. And we don't see any demolitions for either Harley or Rowlett. So we'll be getting those 3 campuses, Tillman, Moody, and Myakka, running through the Castaldi analysis as well. So before we get into the details, any questions on those two parts?
Any questions on the? I just have one thing on when we were looking at the schools, and we've already kind of talked about a little bit about this already in meetings past and about the growth and where those new schools were. The pricing on that we have right now, that's listed here. Are we anticipating starting when we start it in a year or two? Is that cost what we are anticipating, what that would look like in a year or two?
Yeah, I mean, typically we would put about a 7% escalation, but we're running 10 to 12 on these numbers right now because things aren't quite slowing down yet. Sure. But yeah, so we did adjust the numbers to reflect the market.
I would rather over plan than say, hey, I'd rather come back and say we don't need the 150. Yeah. But that shows how much it has grown. What Parish is in year 4? Mm-hmm. Parish high school?
Yeah.
And 4 or 5? And it was like 97 or something like that to finish that one. So, yeah. I mean, now it's 150 to do a high school.
And statewide, they just had one of the first high schools come in over 200 million too.
Wow.
We're not going to do a 200 million. No.
The marble countertops don't have to be there.
We're looking at that closely.
That was all my question.
Have we knocked any projects further down the line because of having to share capital funding now with charter schools?
No, because we already share a percentage of the sales tax with them. And when they enacted that legislation, they call it a slow glide. So for the first year, it's going to be 20, 40, 60, 80, and then 100%. So we're still 5 years out before they realize all of their capital gains, all of their capital revenues that they're to. So we didn't feel that we really needed to adjust it. If anything, as we increase the millage that they're going to be receiving, it may be a corresponding decrease based on the board's recommendation of the sales tax which they're receiving as well.
We can do that?
Yeah. It's my understanding we can. Yep.
Okay.
For the time being.
Hmm?
For the time being.
Yes, until it comes up for renewal. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah. On chart that had all of the schools, we removed Palmasola I've had questions
Yes.
about that already, so I just want the public to know
Yeah.
that just because it's not on here, doesn't mean it's not getting done. It's just moved to a different project level, and can you explain that so they'll know?
Sure. So the FCI that we've done previously had Palmasola in the top, I think it was top 10 or 12. So what we've done for this analysis is we've removed those that we've got active projects on. And Palmasola is now recognized as a campus that we've got an active project on. So we pulled them out of the Jacobs report so that we could just focus on those campuses that don't have any planned major renovations, remodeled additions.
Right, okay. And also, I see Samoset jumped 6 spots, and you're saying the ones that are not highlighted on this table are in a 3-year, 5-year, did you say?
No, right now, the ones in yellow are in the 5-year.
the one
So
that-
that one would probably be out years 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there.
Okay, 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 8, because it is one of our older, and then 2, Stewart is, 1987 one. So, okay, those are the 2. I'm glad to hear that we are actually gonna use the, SUG prototype. I think that's a good decision. We already have it, we pay for it, let's use it again. I don't think it's gonna be, I think that's cost effective in my opinion. I think that's all I had on those. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that Palmasola is still a planned project. It's going to be done. It's just not on this list because it's going to be done sooner than later. So,
Thanks.
mhm.
Ambassador?
I just wanted to comment kind of on the sticker shock of it, because I was sitting here when we approved all those schools. And Harvey cost us 27 to 29 million, and now we're talking about a new elementary for 56. Mona Jane cost us around 50, if I remember correctly. I think I was gonna say, 56 sounded right, but I'm like, it's around 50, I know that. And, Parish cost us around 95 to 97, so I'm just sitting here thinking that was just 5, 6 years ago. And here we are today, and it's just crazy. I too wanted to just kind of ask a little bit more about the FCI and how it changed, specifically about Samoset and also about Seabreeze, and how those fluctuated the way they did. And I guess I just wanted to understand it a little bit more, because they would have been number 13 and number 16 in the original, and now 17 is higher up. And so I'm just trying to understand specifically those two, why they are where they are now.
Well, the big thing with Seabreeze is we're completing the complete redo of their roofing system.
Okay.
And when it came to their deficiencies, that was the #1 deficiency. So now that we've taken care of that, we pull that dollar amount out of their FCI, and they do drop down a little bit. So as we do major projects on campuses, we take those dollar amounts that we've expended to enhance the condition out of the calculation, so it does drop.
I think that's a reasonable approach. I just wanted to better understand it. And Samoset?
On Samoset, let's see, Samoset actually has been coming up. So, I mean, let's see, it was at 16 in 19, so,
It's up now.
Yeah.
It's up to 12 now, I
Yeah.
suppose.
I think-
Or no, it's up to 10 now.
yeah, it's the weighted age being 2002 kind of really contributes to them
Okay.
kind of they're not going up, they're not going down, they're kind of just hanging there right now. Until we take care of some of those 78, 75 campuses, they won't sneak up into, be budgeted. But
Okay.
where they sit right now, they could easily be in year 8, 7 or 8 from today.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Tatum?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Rinaldi.
Morning.
Let's see here. Let's go to the North River Ranch property, please. I notice it says it's anticipated closing in 2023. I'm just curious, are we waiting for infrastructure to be put in place there? Is that?
Yeah, I think with that one, we don't have any issues. I think we're wrapping up our due diligence, or we. I'll have Mike Penley, our planner, has been working with the developer on this one.
Okay.
We completed our due diligence about a year and a half ago. This site was about 1.5 miles from the nearest roadway, so the developer, which is Neal Communities, they're extending Fort Hamer Road, and then there's Fort Hamer is a north-south road. There is also 2 east-west roads that have to be built to the site. I was up there about a week ago. It looks like they're getting ready to actually pave that east-west road and the end of Fort Hamer. So I'm thinking maybe a month that infrastructure will be in. As soon as it's in, we will close on the property.
Okay. So how do we determine whether the county builds a road or the builders build the road, or is that any of our business at all as far as the school system goes, or getting infrastructure to these places? How does?
Well, in this particular instance, Fort Hamer Road is internal to what's called North River Ranch.
Okay.
So it was on the developer, which again is Neal Communities. It was their responsibility to build that. That was also part of the contract that we had with them, that we would only close on the property once they completed all the infrastructure.
Okay. They don't get any reimbursement from the county or anything?
No.
No, it's on
They actually, I think they probably do get impact fee credits from the county.
impact fee credit, but
Yeah.
we don't give them any impact fee?
No,
credit?
no.
Okay. And then you said that this is being, well, actually, is this an impact fee? How do we know what, I'm still learning about all this stuff, which ones are impact fee funded and which ones come from different funding sources? Because I think one of the schools, which was my next question, like the K-8 SMR Academic Avenue, that's, I think you said, Mr. Rinaldi, that's funded by impact fees?
Yes.
But the M1 and North River Ranch is, what is that funding source?
While they're looking that up, Mr.
Sure.
Tatum, impact fees can be used on any new construction due to growth.
Right, yep.
So a lot of it just determines how much we have available. So once we've allocated those funds to a project, we may not have enough to do another. So we look at how much of revenue we have from that. We see which projects would fit that definition, and then we try to allocate accordingly. You can do wings if you're building them due to growth, such as the one at Lakewood Ranch High or Freedom Elementary. In many cases, we have to use both sales tax and impact fees because it may not be enough to cover. But if we have enough there to cover a whole site, it's just easier for accounting purposes to use that. We get about 30 million a year, 31, give or take, for impact fees. So it really just depends on the cost, what our need is how we make that determination. But it can only be on new growth. So if we're renovating some of these older existing schools, you cannot use impact fee money at all for those projects.
But you could use sales tax.
You can use sales tax.
And how much, did you say 30 million or so? And
Yeah, that
That's
for about
impact
impact fees. Mhm.
do you have an estimate of?
Yeah, it will be part of what Rachel's gonna cover. We're gonna show you what we're estimating to come in for the next 5 years in each of those categories.
Okay, so we can use COPS, we can use sales tax, and we can use impact fees, and they all have different
They have
rules.
different definitions of what you can use and how you can use them, but we try to make it as clean as possible so that if we can use all for one project, It's just easier for accounting, but you can use a multitude of different funding sources.
So the impact fees can only be used for new construction?
New
or-
growth.
Or new growth, or expanding an existing?
You can put a wing for a school that has a lot of growth that you need to increase, or a new school due to growth. You cannot use it of renovating an existing older campus.
And then the COPS can be used for anything that we want to do?
But you have to define what you're gonna do when you do it, and then it can only be used in that manner.
Because you're kind of putting out a bond that says,
This
we're
is
going to
what
use
it's
this money
for.
for this thing.
So they've got to be able to go back and say, you said you were gonna do this, therefore I gave you the money for that purpose. So therefore that can only be defined for that purpose.
And then the sales tax can be used for anything we want to do
The
too?
capital projects, yes.
Capital projects, okay. And then do we get any money from the state for get these? It's kind of our own.
That used to be called the PICO money, and that flows right through to the charter schools.
Yeah,
Close
we
to
used to
start.
get money from the state, but
Those were the good old days, huh?
those were the good old days.
Those were the good old days, okay. And then, well, go ahead, Mr. Ronaldo, you had
So
a.
North River Ranch is a bit of a mutt. It uses everything. We've got $18 million that comes out of the 1.5 mil, which is the property tax.
Okay.
We've got almost 24 million that's coming out of sales tax, and then we've got another 20+ million that's coming out of the impact fee. So that's a prime example where we're using different funds in order to, and that particular campus, since it's a brand new campus, we can use the impact fees on there, which is the most restrictive fund.
Great, thank you for the information.
Yeah.
And I had some more questions, let's see. Okay, we talked about that, and then the high school, just the location of it, again, Mr. Penley is an expert at this, you're an expert at this, but that's kind of out in actually, I'll have 3 high schools in my district now, Braden River, Lakewood Ranch, and this, whatever we call this new high school. They all seem to be pretty close to each other, like maybe 3 to 4 miles apart. Just, we've thought through that, someone thinks it's a
Yeah,
good
I
idea.
mean, and we did some analysis, and with the growth that we have around that premier sports complex and the Lakewood Ranch area, there's gonna be enough students to support the initial opening of it, as well as anything in the future at this point.
Okay, because some people out in the Mayak area say, we have to drive all this way, and then you will have all that new development out there by the racetrack and that kind of stuff, and we've just determined that this is a good spot for it, right? Okay, guess that's why we pay you guys the big bucks, and, yeah. All right, great, let's see, did I have any other questions? And explain to me again, I'm in the learning phase here, the reason that Palmasola is not on the FCAA rankings, is it because it's moved into a different
You'll
active
see on
phase?
the next 2 slides, we did list out all of the COPS projects, and Palmasola is listed in year 0, which is this year as a project.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll get into what the details of what the capital budget will look like when we do the budget book. Color-wise, everything in yellow are the new projects that we just talked about. The only project we didn't talk about was Artesian Lakes. At this point right now, we're not under contract, and that's an elementary school site, and that's on line 54.
So this slide that's on the screen is not on the original packet. I just want to make sure public knows.
Yeah, they changed it. They
Yeah.
added-
I just want to make sure public knows. So I just clicked on from the website. This page that we're seeing right here that he's talking about is not on the original.
That's true. We added the fiscal year 22-23, which is our year 0.
I just want to make sure that
Yeah, good point.
they're 2 different numbers. But it's all good. This will be online for people to see.
Okay. So
Sorry to interrupt.
the only new project I didn't discuss was on line 54, which is Artesian Lakes. We're not under contract with that yet. It is part of a DRI, and right now the DRI only allows us elementary school in the 800 range. As you can see, we say 974, that's our goal. So we're going to be working back with the county to redo that DRI to get the larger campus And that DRI goes back 10 years plus, I think. 1982. So that's why it has an old school size. So we want to try to get that modified before we go to contract on that. So everything in yellow were the previous projects that we discussed. Starting from the top, you can see the dark peach color are those Jacobs Report projects. You can see Ballard and Harley are the Jacobs Report projects, and you can see that with these two campuses, they don't start to year 4, don't start to year 5, but those are the renovation and remodeling projects that we'll be doing. The lighter peach colors are our COPS projects. So we have Blackburn, we've got Hale Middle School. Those are two projects that are under design right now, coming out of design development into construction documents. So we're hoping in the fall we'll have GMPs coming to the board. So those are active projects that are underway. Everything else, we've got some, Manatee L, we got 450,000 for in year 1 for the renovation and remodeling. Line 41, we are looking to do some remote bus hubs, perhaps on that new high school campus, and maybe in close proximity or on the Tillman or Lincoln campus, so that we can get our buses distributed, so that rather than the drivers coming into Matsky and then going out, that they can go somewhere closer to where their routes are going to be. So we're thinking that we'll put a small fuel farm there as well. We're not going to put a garage or any maintenance facilities, but we're just going to have the ability to fuel out there, and then we'll disperse that large group that we have at Matsky to some remote locations, hoping that it increases our efficiency when it comes to pickup times and drop-off times. So really, there's nothing. Those are the major projects. The other major project is line 32. We have scheduled upgrading and doing an auditorium renovation for the Arts Magnet at Bayshore High School. So right now we've got design scheduled in 25, 26, and the actual construction occurring in 26, 27. So that's that list of projects. And this is the second list of major projects. We do the major projects alphabetically, so that's why we had 2 pages. But once again, Moody and Mayaka, the dark peach, so those are the Jacobs projects that we're going to be doing there. Onico in line 70 and Palmasola in line 71. Those are the COPS projects, which we already either have under design. With Palmasola, right now we're reviewing MTC construction manager as well as the middle school construction manager. As soon as we finish the selection of those, then we'll have a board item coming to you requesting permission to advertise for the Palmasola project as well. So I anticipate probably towards the end of next month, first of the following month, that we will be moving forward on getting the design team together and construction team for Palmasola. You can see the dark peach again, Rowlett. We have them set out happening in year 5. The Palmetto High renovations, that's just additional funding to wrap up the project, that $22 million there, because we spread the funding of that project over multiple years. We did the same with the SSC renovation. And Sugg Middle School is in its last bit of construction right now, and hopefully, and that's primarily site work and the demolition work, and we'll be wrapping that up over this fall as well. And then you can see Terra at $35 million. That's the other major COPS project. And then Tillman and the Dark Peach, that's the Jacobs project that will be coming up. So those from the 28 all the way down to my district-wide 90, those are all of the major projects that are planned at this point. Then from 90, well, any questions on those?
No, keep going.
Okay. Then on this page, line items 91 through 97 are kind of district-wide projects. For instance, We've got some of our professional technical services. We hire surveyors, we hire asbestos evaluators, things like that. That comes out of that, $215,000. Security fencing, we are still doing fencing, even though we're on phase 4, I believe, right now of the fencing. As fencing requests come up, and working closely with Mr. D'Amico, if he has any priority, we've got $400,000 coming up this year just to do fencing upgrades. You've got site acquisitions. We've got 1.5 million there. We've got with the Artesian Lakes. We're not sure whether we're going to purchase it or whether we're going to go impact fee credits. So we do have some money set aside if we elect to purchase that property rather than offer them impact fee credits. The high school synthetic turf upgrades. This year we've got 3 campuses planned for that. So we've got the 6.7 million. We've got Southeast, Lakewood Ranch, and Braden River are all scheduled to happen next spring. So we've got those, and then at that point we'll have 2 high schools left over to do at that point as well. Then media centers, we've got probably about another 4 media centers that we need to upgrade before we stop that program. And then district-wide vestibules for safety. At this point right now, we're focusing on 2 high schools. We're focusing on Bayshore High School and Southeast High School, upgrading their lobby areas for this year. Previously, we've been doing primarily elementary schools, but we feel that those 2 are probably appropriate to be done at this point right now. So those are part of our district-wide projects. Any question on those 2?
Are you done with the expenditures?
No, I've got one more.
Okay, go one more.
Okay. Okay, the big one, our maintenance expenditures. Lines 117 through 134 are all maintenance expenditures. The first line, 118, is our county-wide expenditures, and that includes everything from elevator inspections, fire alarm inspections, all of the required things that we need to do as a result of SREF and the Florida Building Code. Also in there is repairs and upgrades as they come up. If we have a plumbing issue, if we've got a leak, if we've got a roof issue, there's line items within there as well in order to handle those on a quick basis. Bleachers, really 119 through 134 is we've actually identified specific schools where maintenance is going to be doing typically projects that are under $2 million. And they do that with a combination of their staff and some outside vendors as well. And as you can see, we've got bleachers, some electrical work. Electrical is primarily fire alarm upgrades. We have a number of fire alarms right now where we can't even get the parts and pieces on eBay. So we're looking over this year to eliminate those systems so that at least we have availability of parts if anything goes down. You've got flooring and that HVAC, typically adding a chiller or replacing a chiller is in that line item, boilers, things like that. You can see lighting, painting, parking, and playground. So they each have campuses identified for those expenditures at this point, and I can share that with you one-on-one. It's a 13-tab book of about 100 pages where I make them go through and identify which campuses, which projects, and try to get real estimates from both using their staff as well as using outside vendors. So that's items 117 through 134. Under 137 is the charter school, and as we say, it's either going to be the 1.5 mil or sales tax that we transfer over right now is in the neighborhood of 4.2 million. Safety initiatives. Right now, we are looking to buy a 3rd and a 4th metal detector, so the lease lease costs for those metal detectors are in there, as well as for the first two that we have right now. And $100,000, if we identify an issue we need to address, then he and I work together to get an architect, get a contractor, and get it done. But primarily, Mr. D'Amico sets the priorities for the $500,000 there. And uninsured property loss, I wish I knew what that means, but that's something risk management tells me I have to put in there. So, and then technology is Mr. Hansen's budget for the year, right at $12 million, and that includes refresh, replace, all the things that he needs to do in order to keep the IT systems up and running. And vehicles, the last group, we've got 1.5 million for buses and equipment for this upcoming year. We still have not received our electric buses yet. We hope we're going to get them shortly. But we do have some diesel buses on order from last year as well. FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment is just replacement, and we work with purchasing when things come up where there needs to be replacements in cafeterias and all. And then vehicles, others, 343,000 includes the lease payment for Enterprise for the White Fleet, and we have received some White Fleet from Enterprise. In addition to that are some of the major vehicles like forklifts, front-end loaders that Enterprise doesn't have the ability to rent to us, but we purchased those outright as well. So that, I think, transfers and debt service. Do you want to do?
We'll wait before
Okay.
that, see if we got any questions on some of that capital expenditures and maintenance. Mr. Tatum, do you have anything?
I do. I'm just educating myself here some more. So when we go back to page number 8 on your briefing, and it just says expenditures, and then you look at FY 22-23, that number at the top, $328,600,720. Would it be correct to say that number is an addition of all the numbers that are in the column?
Yes,
Okay.
and that includes the COPS issue that we did this year as well,
Includes the COP issue.
because those COPS projects are all listed on that line item for 22-23.
Okay, so that means it includes money that we are planned to expend based on getting money from COPS.
In which we have approval, and the money's in the bank, we're told now.
Money's in the bank, okay. But that's just, if someone said, how much are we spending on capital projects in fiscal year 2022, 2023, it would be $328,600,720.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then when we show, like, if we go across, let's say, New K East County, line number 51, how do we break that out, like, by years? I'm just curious. The first year's 27 million, the next year's 41 million, the next year's 28 million. How does that? It takes 3 years to build it approximately, and we kind of make payments along the way.
Yeah, as the draws from the contractor come in, we make sure that we've got the money in the budget for that year's amount of draws that we think that we're going to receive from the contractor. So we work closely with finance on that.
Okay, and some schools it looks like it takes 2 years to build, and other schools it takes maybe 3.
Yeah.
Based on student stations and whatever we're going to put in there.
Based on square footage size, the K and the middle schools will usually take 24 plus months. So yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Foreman?
Yeah. Some of the projects listed on the expenditures are old ones. For example, say Braden River Middle Edition. It's listed number 38, and it's got no numbers across. Does that mean that there is something coming up in year 6, or?
Where is it?
No, what happened was when we added the year 0, which was fiscal year 22-23, some of those older projects came across as well. So yeah, so there's no planned expenditures for those that are blank.
They are complete?
They are complete.
Okay.
We're done. Yes.
Okay, good, okay. Wanted to ask you about Palmetto High School. You know, I know that there's a big renovation coming up, and from what I recall, the football stadium and facilities are not part of that plan, is that correct?
Well, no, the turf is a separate project.
I'm talking about like the restrooms and.
The baseball is part of the project,
Right.
but the football and the restroom are not part of the project.
Okay, and so they are not anywhere on a 5-year, because they're nasty. Just, to be blunt. They're bad. And I don't see it in the 5-year plan.
Yeah, I'll go back and take a look at that. One of the things that's gonna happen with the high school project being a $39 million project, we're gonna realize sales tax savings as a result of that. I don't know, the original estimates to do that concession restroom facility were just under $1 million. So we're kind of watching as that money comes back from the major project. Can we then request of the board to reallocate those funds to the restroom and the football project as well?
Well, as we are adopting the 5-year capital improvement plan, because there's no way that should go beyond the 5 years, can we go ahead and put it in the plan now?
I would probably put maybe 60% of the cost in and anticipate the other 40% will come from the sales tax
Okay.
savings
Could we
from
see
it. We
this?
can take a look at that, yeah.
We see this as an added project?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. And is there a way, I appreciate the revision to get the COPS projects put in here, because there was some concern among the public. Is there a way to, is it possible to schedule out projected draws?
For the cop, we've already done that for our bond council. Yes, we have. So, yeah, we can provide that information on what our estimates are for the projections, yeah.
That would be great. Okay, thank you.
Is it? Mm-hmm. Ms. Frank?
You don't want it to the month the way the bond council did, do you?
I'll take it.
To the
However,
quarter, maybe? Quarter?
we won't hold you to it, but I think that would be also comforting to the public to see where they fit in the list. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. The construction department, does it have enough people to handle?
We're looking to expand. As you know, their funding for their staff all comes from the capital budget, so it doesn't impact the operating budget. But what we're doing right now is we've got Lakewood Ranch High School, that addition in the back there, and we got Southeast, science addition, that this fall will be winding down. So I'm waiting for those to wind down so I can assign Palmasola to somebody, but you're absolutely right. It's tough to get project director, project manager level positions right now because the contractors are out there scrambling and outbidding us. But yeah, so we're watching our resources, human resources, very, very closely to make sure that we don't get too many projects under a single staff member. So we're trying to close some of those projects out, and then Palmasola, so we're working our way through that. But yes, it's an issue industry-wide.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Okay. First, on the spreadsheets, if we could have a legend up there, I mean, we got peach, yellow, light tan. It's just a suggestion.
Okay, no, we can do
Because,
that. Yep, very good.
I mean, you're having to explain what these colors are. So that's just if you understand it, that's one thing. But if
Yep.
the public doesn't, then it's confusing.
Yep.
Line 40 and line 95 on expenditures. You have Buffalo Creek addition of media center for $12,488,000. And then we have district-wide media centers at $1,045,000. So I'm a little confused okay, why is it costing 12 at Buffalo Creek when we're doing district-wide at 1?
Well, the Buffalo Creek project is a two-story project that has the media center on the ground floor, has, I believe, 6 classrooms on the second floor, and also includes the remodeling and upgrading of the administration entry area, and then the existing media center, we're dividing that up into 3 lab spaces as well. So it was a true project. On 90, those projects are typically in the elementary schools, or they've all been in the elementary schools, and it's been an upgrading of furniture, and upgrading of finishes, carpet, ceiling, LED lights. So it really hasn't been an addition or remodeling the way that the Buffalo Creek project
Just
is.
stood out, and I know I'll be asked, okay, why are we doing that? Okay, and I knew there was some kind of a good explanation to that. On, okay, I'm gonna go back to my next page for notes. When you're talking about roofing replacements and all of that, we just talked about when you take it off of a project list. So this is anticipated? Maybe there's a roof that might need to be replaced in the next,
Well, for roofing, we've got projections out for 6 or 7 years on which roofs we think need to be replaced. A lot of times we do major projects on that campus, so that roof would drop off. It would become part of the project. But that's, we do have specific campuses, and it's pretty predictable for the next 3 years what we're going to be doing.
okay. Line 88, that one's a concern there. MCR Health Clinic is on there. It does not extend out. I guess I can have a conversation with you about that at another time, but I just saw that there, and I'm like, okay.
Ms. Spurrier, I can
Can you
kind of
explain that to
answer
me?
that. We gutted that area, but if there is any build-out cost for that clinic, it does not come out of our budget. MCR would pay for that. So that's why there's no additional money listed there, because it would not be our expense. All we had to do was prep the building for that usage, so there is no additional cost.
All right. It just stood out as a 0 all the way across there, so. But the legend was the biggest thing. I'm like, if you don't have a legend, you don't, look at every map, you have a legend. So that's all I have on the expenditure side, so.
Yeah, I just had one question is because you mentioned it and it was the weight fleet and the leasing, and I guess I was just curious how that was going. I mean, I was apprehensive about it, and
Yeah,
I wanted
I
to
mean,
hear how it was working.
I mean, it has worked in the sense that we have someone who's out there and working with the manufacturers for us. But for instance, our preference is Ford because we stock so many parts and pieces and all that. Ford hasn't released any public allocations for over 9 months right now. So we are in line with them. But what Enterprise has been able to do is they've come back and said, hey, guess what? GM, some of the Ram vehicles, they are available. Would you rather, I can get those, within 2 or 3 months, and, that they'll be here. So we've taken some non-Ford vehicles, which has been our preference, and that was something that we didn't have the network to get out there and deal with the manufacturers the way Enterprise has. But no one is happy with the way the white fleet is going at this point. Occasionally, some of our preferred vehicles have come into dealerships, and Enterprise has been able to negotiate with them so that we would be, as soon as they hit the lot, drop them off the truck and get them over to us. So it's been good from that point. We don't have the network to do it, and it was just opportune that we just started the program. So we are getting vehicles. No one's getting the vehicles they want, and
Well, at least
it's
you're
going
getting
to keep
vehicles,
going.
because I remember before that, it was trying to even get a slot to get
Yep.
vehicle. So I understood the need for it, but I was very apprehensive. So I'm glad to hear that you're at least getting vehicles, even if they're not.
But they keep us up to date weekly on Ford as to whether they're doing any allocations for the public vehicles, and they are just not.
So, I'm sorry, this is maybe a tangent. So even though it's through Enterprise now, which the goal was that it would be through Enterprise, which has a bigger pull, and, you know, it still has to be a slot for a government vehicle.
For the manufacturer, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if I had any other questions other than that. I just heard you mention that, and I just was, I was genuinely curious, so. Oh, the one other thing is, Mrs. Foreman, I agree, like, I think if we're already at Palmetto High, if it's only another $500,000 to make it right, and we get more money back after we purchase our supplies and whatnot, then I think it's worthwhile just to do it now, because it's gonna cost more to bring somebody back there to bid it again and do all of it all over again. It's just not even cost effective to do that. So while they're there, I think it makes more sense just to do it, if we can.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to.
I have a couple things, just.
Oh, okay,
It's
sorry.
okay. You probably won't need any of this stuff. With some of the bus hubs, I don't know where all the counties, transportation places are. I know there's obviously one down Tallahassee, et cetera. But have we tried to reach out to them and say, hey, you've got some maybe north of the river. Can we do some kind of partnership to where we're using now? I mean, I'm sure we have.
They've
And
got.
you need some influence from us here on the dais to other
can do
people.
that.
That's what I'm asking, really.
Yeah, I mean, we have that. They do have a couple pieces of property. The thing is that we.
Are they already Are they already?
No, there
that's
some
what I
are
was-
vacant. Some are former vehicle maintenance areas. At this point right now, one of the things we want to do is we want to make sure that if we do a hub, we could at least get gas there.
Right.
So if we're dropping a tank there that we own and all that, we were defaulting more towards property that we owned as well. But Jamie Warrington has reached out a couple times when they're driving around and see a parcel, try to figure out who owns it and whether there's any availability.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I just feel like with busing, with transportation, I mean, we're all trying to find drivers. We're all trying to. It's like, can we figure out some way to work together? And it may not have always been that way, but times are different. Like we if we can figure out some kind of property, and then if there's already, I'm sure you guys did your due diligence and asked, but if you need some help influencing, I guess I'd say. Then the second thing is just because. I had an email about, and we'll all know who, but there was some provisions about some solar power and stuff, I guess, in this last legislation. So I just want to make sure, and we have on record, that we're always trying to look for ways that we can do that in the project. It's never been suitable and really cost savings before.
But we'll continue to
Absolutely.
look, and I mean, some of the districts are dipping their toes into it, so we're watching what they're doing. Osceola has gone all in on a couple major projects, and we're watching how those are now 2 years old, so we're watching how that's.
I know we're doing a lot of, white roofs, help in efficiency. What's at SUG, we did the walls that were. That can help with efficiency, the exterior walls and stuff. So I know we're already doing that, but just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I mean, and we do. One of the things that we're not getting on the West Coast right here is some of the rebates from FP&L that we do see in Central Florida for the roofing, going to the white roofs, even going to ice storage and things like that from the HVAC level. And every time we meet with FPL, we say, where are the rebates that your brethren are giving everybody in Central Florida and on the East Coast? And they're like, well, we're not quite there yet. So we'll keep pushing them as well to make it, cost efficient to do some of those projects.
I have one more question, if that's okay, that kind of came up based on your discussion. So, Mr. Rinaldi, the bus hubs, when do we plan on trying to actually make that happen? What's the
Well, right now we're reworking all of the routes. So we really don't have a handle on do we need a hub for 20 buses? Do we need a hub for 10? So towards the end of July, we'll have all of the routes established, and then we'll start reaching out. I don't think this is going to happen for next year. It would be ideal if we could get it for maybe January of next year, because it will take us some time to go through water management district if it's a greenfield site to do the drainage and all that. But so that's kind of the direction we're going.
I would just like to really make 2023, 2024 the year of busing, you know, and just fix that problem. And any little progress that we can make would be helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, although I'm sure when you start talking about putting a diesel gas tank somewhere, the environmental thing shows up and all kinds of rules and regulations and stuff like that. So, and then the second question, it was just an idea that I had as we were talking about this dual employment for bus drivers. Do we have any bus drivers that like drive for the county like during the day and maybe they're part-time for us, or do we allow people to do that? Or?
Not for the county. We do have some drivers that work internal, though, that on completion of their route will work for food service and that, but we really haven't done any teaming with any other agency. We've kind of done it between departments.
Just a thought, you know, if they could drive in during the day and then, you know, or maybe on the weekends and then drive for us, just trying to, again, make every little piece of progress we can make in that area. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, also, to tell on to that, I think, you know, this intergovernment partnerships, I think would be beneficial for our county. I really do. And especially when we're talking about bus hubs, I know that they're having to look at extending the public transit out to the east because it's growing so fast. It stops at, I think, right at the Walmart on 70 in Lakewood Ranch area. I've had a discussion with a commissioner and they said they're gonna have to start looking at extending out service there. So to your point and to Mr. Chuck, we do need to look at maybe partnering. I mean, if we have a big plot of land, or they have a plot of land that we could partner together and have a bus hub. Ours would be, of course, for, you know, the shift of the bus drivers, but theirs would be an ongoing thing. So, I mean, we could be in the same neighborhood and share the same spots, but ours would be separate from theirs. So I think that's something that we really need to look hard at. I think it'd be cost effective not only for this district, but also for the county. I mean, they can have their fuel tank, we can have ours kind of thing, but I just think that that would, I always say power numbers, and I think that joining efforts with them, it would be a good thing, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, we're building all of these schools out there. They come with parents. They come with people, you know, that's going to be working, and some will be using the transit system for the county. So I don't see why we wouldn't even think about that, because I think it would be a great thing to do all the way out to wherever the developments are going in. So to me, I think it would be a win-win for both. And, you know, we're trying to find places, they're trying to find places. Why don't we try to find places together? And I think that would be just a win-win. That's.
And I know that you and Jamie are on that regional transportation board as well, and I think they met recently. So I'll talk with Jamie to make sure that maybe that's part of the discussion that happens there, because I know that both Sarasota, Manatee, ourselves are on that board as well. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
One more thing, Mr. Chairman. Do we give out vouchers on public, like on Manatee County buses for kids to go to school and count that as transportation? Or?
We are very familiar with that program. We don't have that program right now. But when Jamie was in Palm Beach, Jamie Warrington, our director, was in Palm Beach County, that was a program that he used extensively down there, and we've had some discussions associated with that. You know, the concern is the nature of their clientele versus the important nature of our clientele. So they're different groups.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sellers?
Now it's my turn to tell you how we're going to pay for all this. Just also to speak to an item that Mr. Tatum had brought up about year zero. Remember, this was budgeted, so now it's active. So as those projects, as we finish this particular fiscal year, those will then roll forward into 23, 24, because obviously that's when we're doing the drawdowns, and we'll be able to get that for you. So let's see. To shore up on this particular coverage of transfers and debt service, the capital funds are also used to make the transfers to the general fund for capital expenditures that have already been paid for in the operating funds. Specifically, this would be like the school maintenance, property insurance, the music equipment and band uniforms, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and the facilities project management. That was the construction department expenses. And as we had mentioned before, there's the charter school capital outlay PICO funds. That's the pass-through from the state. It's about 4.5 million per year. And then also the capital funds are used to pay for debt service, and that is the principal and interest payments of the district's existing debt. We have the outstanding debt for 6 instruments. We had the COPS of 2015, 2016, and 17, those maturing in 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30, 31. And there's also the new COPS that we picked up for Series 2023 that has its maturity in 23, 28 fiscal year. Then there's also the 2017 sales tax revenue bond maturing 33-34, and the 2010 qualified school construction bond that matures in 29-30. Okay, so the district plans to pay for these capital projects. One, the state sources that you were talking about. There is the CO and DS, that stands for the capital outlay and debt service. These are projects that must be on the board-approved project priority list and included in the educational plant survey. In the next 5 years, that's about 7.2 million. And then we have the local capital projects that consist of the two new elementary and the 1 new high school that Mr. Rinaldi had just mentioned. Those will be paid with a future certificates of participation, and those 3 together will be approximately 262 million. There is also interest and refunds. This is the interest that's from the SBA investments, and the refunds are from the P card rebates that the district receives. There's also a fuel tax refund revenue. This is from the state road use taxes. It's collected once each year. It's used for the maintenance and construction of roads, traffic signals, sidewalks, and bike paths. And also we listed here, as you guys had mentioned just a little bit ago, about the MCR. The district is expecting that they're planning to get a grant, and that will be used to pay for the construction of the portable renovations that they're putting on Daughtry Elementary. So the most significant local revenues that this district gets is first the ad valorem, the property taxes. The projected tax revenue for 23-24 is 99.2 million. This is an increase of 12.8 from fiscal year 22-23, obviously due to the increase in the property values in the county. This revenue can be used for capital outlay expenditures and pay for existing debt and principal payments. It must be advertised annually as to what the district will be using for the funds. So as long as it's advertised, the allowable uses can include construction and renovation, construction and remodeling. This is what's recommended on the educational plant survey. Maintenance, renovations and repairs, motor vehicle purchases, bus purchases, new equipment and replacement equipment, loan payments and payments for facilities underneath COPS, and the property and casualty insurance premium payments. Expenditures that's not allowed from the property taxes is operating expenses, custodial, groundskeeping, software, except for the enterprise software. And over the next 5 years, that is projected to be $564 million. And then the next biggest one is the sales surtax. It's the half cent, voted in 2018. The sales tax resolution is expected to end December 2032. The sales tax has shown a steady increase from $45 million in fiscal year 21-22 to $47 million in 22-23, and is expected to reach $49 million next year. This revenue is governed by resolution. It's based on tentative 10-year capital outlay plan that's updated as needed. And the allowable uses include the capital expenditures to reduce overcrowding and eliminate portable classrooms, renovation of existing schools and building new schools where needed, purchasing technology, and capital expenditures to improve student safety and security. What's not allowed out of the sales surtax is the operational expenses. And then thirdly, we've got the impact fees. Well, actually, sales tax, so in the course of the next 5 years, that would be $264 million projected for the sales tax. Moving on to the impact fees. These uses are limited to use on new growth. So that's new schools and additions. And it's important for this district to keep up with the growth in the county. The capital costs of educational facilities are needed to increase capacity of the school system and the new construction for additional student stations. This revenue has been consistent, so fiscal year 21-22 and this past year 22-23 is hovering around $31 million, and there's a slight projected to be $32 million for next year 23-24. What's not allowed out of impact fees are operational expenses, routine maintenance, and repair expenses. So do you?
Thank you. I just have a quick question before going around. Do we have, I know we added, so I'm looking at, I just want to make sure it's not on the printed, because I looked at it off the computer. But we did not add a zero, like a this year's column, like we did to the projects, to revenues, et cetera, did we?
Right.
Okay. So I just, my curiosity was, what was last year's revenues? You know, as we obviously close out. Yeah, if you
We
could.
can get what the rollover is expected.
Yeah, just in
22-23.
Yeah, as the revenues, you know, when on page, well, I think it's now 12 instead of,
Yeah.
12 instead of 11. Just so we can see, hey, what did we bring in this past year, and is it on? Because, you know, a lot of as with the property sales tax and sales surge tax, impact fees, we are handcuffed on what we can spend those on.
Right.
So a lot of times you hear all the growth we're having, all this money we're bringing in, but can only be spent on certain things. So, but I do want to if we could see this year's, the 22-23.
Yes.
That'd be great. Ms. Messenger, any questions from the revenue side? No? Ms. Sprang?
Only on line 8, we said PICO funds were going away or had gone. We don't get that anymore.
That PICO is for the charter schools.
Right, right. Only the district used to get that, but now just the charters. I just want to understand that. Is that
Okay.
right?
Yes, so, I forget exactly which year it did stop.
A long time ago.
It was, it has been quite a while. I mean, it feels like at least like 4 years or something that we haven't had PICO given by the state to the districts for the construction or the capital expenditures. I actually can't remember exactly, I can look into.
I think it was a little
It's
bit
okay,
longer,
I
but we do receive those monies, but it's just a pass-through. The only people that can spend those are the charter, and it's based on their student allocation. That bucket is divvied up based on enrollment.
Okay, okay.
I don't know I can't remember what the decision was for the legislature to but but at least the districts do have other avenues to take to be able to get some additional funds
Okay,
for the construction and
okay,
capital
and
services.
you guys are the experts, I understand. Yeah. And your projections are probably, I think we're probably gonna grow faster than the projections here, but based on driving out there, but you're the experts on that, so I take you at that. That's all I have. I mean, when people hear all of these great numbers that we have, understand how much everything has gone up. You know, our taxes are going up, but also the cost of doing business has gone up greatly. I mean, from building supplies to, just everything and foods, everything has gone up. Although we don't pay for all the food, but there's still a cost to it. Light bills, all of those things have gone up. So when you're looking at your home budget, look at how much you've had to adjust your finances because of inflation. The district and the county and every other government entity has to do the same thing. So my ask would be, I wish that we could have a little more flexibility with how we're limited on some of these funding buckets to, you know, meet our needs. So that's all I have to say, but.
Great. Miss Warner, or, yeah, Miss Warner?
Yeah, I just want to say once again, so that our legislators hear this loud and clear,
Yeah.
we do not receive any funding for capital projects from the state.
Correct.
And that taking away the PICO funds was part of the move to shift a lot of the burden from the state to local funding. And so we have local funding, but we don't have the control that, of local funding. So it's, you know, anyway, so. Couple questions. One is on the impact fees, you know, because impact fees obviously don't cover 100% of our growth or anywhere close to it. And impact fees have, is it fair to say that
That's been consistent, coming through, so it's been hovering 31, maybe it'll be 32, but that one hasn't, increased the way that we have seen both the sales and the ad valorem.
why wouldn't that be? Is it,
Right.
because we're seeing so many new homes being built, why wouldn't it go up?
Is it possible that some of these developments are taking on?
You know, there's a lot of reasons on how we're able and when we're able to collect, because in some cases, they purchase and plan a development, but they're not building the houses in some cases. So it is prorated out when we're receiving the money. That's why they require you to do a study about every 5 years to readdress that. It could be what was set 5, 6 years ago, and that's why we need to have another workshop on that. That I know Mr. Penley is hoping to get it for the end of June. That's why you really have to assess that around every 5 years to see if it's the right amount, whether it needs to go up or go down based on what's occurring.
And the maximum that we can increase it is 25%, is that correct?
I think Mr. Penley is the authority there per year.
Yes, there's a provision in the statutes that allows you to phase it in over time. So 25% would be the maximum you could increase it in a 1-year period. What we workshopped with you before would have our fees increasing from about $6,127 for a single-family house to, say, a 2,200 square foot house would be, I'm a little off on the figure, but around $9,100. So,
When we talk again about impact fees, could we, you know, we've got a $32 million projection for each year. Could we, because you're gonna make a proposal, obviously, could we see what impact that will, what these numbers will be
yes. we-
phased in
we will
over the
provide you with
time?
that.
So yeah, because, yeah, okay. And then the other thing that I noticed was actually on the transfers and debt service, the property insurance for $4.2 million. I believe we've got that coming up on an agenda, and it's going to be over 7.
Yes, so we prepared this a little bit earlier than we were surprised with that. But we've already started to, wasn't captured in this presentation, but it will definitely be captured within the budget as we go forward. Good catch. Yes.
Goes back to my thing, everything's going up. Yeah.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, Mr. Tatum?
Good morning, Ms. Sellers.
Good morning.
Line number 156 on the transfer and debt service, again, for my education. So those numbers, like let's take line number 161, certificate of participation, series 2015. Does that mean from the year 2015? We did some COPS back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
And those numbers, that is like in year number 1, $4,456,000. That's interest and principal that we have to pay out.
Correct, that's required. So you'll see where that one's actually ending in 26, 27. That'll be the last year that that one, as the maturities come up, we'll get to see these older debts start to fall off.
Okay. And then the line number 158, sales tax revenue bond. So that was our half-cent sales tax passed in 2017, and it goes for 15 years, and I think you said it will end in 2032. Okay, and so that's basically the revenue that we're projected to get from that sales tax, right? Okay, great. And so I understand everything else down through line 166, qualified school construction bond. How is that different than a COP?
So that one was structured differently, and even the interest rate is very good. So it wasn't one where you would definitely want to pay it off. You can stretch it out, but they don't. That particular qualified school construction bond, I don't think that was an option for us to use when we were looking at the new construction for this particular year, and I am not quite sure if the way that instrument was written is actually an available one anymore.
Okay, it's just a different type of instrument to do funding, to borrow money to fund building. capital
Exactly,
outlays.
for those
So,
purposes.
explain to me again, and I think I know why, but it might be educational for the people in the public who are fascinated by this stuff, which probably aren't too many. But the reason that we borrowed money with COPS in the past and are doing it again now is because it's cheaper to borrow the money now and have it in the bank than it is, and then start building rather than wait till later and just explain that to me.
Well, actually, so for the construction projects, you actually don't actually close on those type of certificates of participation until you're probably very close to having the design done, ready to actually, because there is arbitrage that you have to think of, so you actually can't sit on that money for too long earning up a whole bunch of interest. You do have to start making payments on those, because you actually have to have the construction done in 3 years from when you close on a particular certificates of participation. You'll still be paying the principal and interest out, but you do have to have the construction gone at that point.
So, but why did we decide to borrow the money and pay interest as opposed to just, there's a reason, as
Well,
opposed to
other-
just paying it out of
I can
continuing revenue?
kind of answer that
Yep.
twofold. If you look at our revenue coming in between the taxes collected, the impact fees, and the sales tax, because our growth is kind of exponential right now, we would not have enough money to build the schools at the rate we needed and continue with the maintenance and the normal operation of the district at the same time. So there is a tipping point where you can say, is it cheaper to go ahead and borrow the money? Because remember, you now have a crazy inflation rate too. So can you borrow the money at a low rate, get them off the ground so that we're able to deal with the growth and still maintain the normal maintenance and expenditures you need to run the district, such as buying buses, the technology, the AC repair, et cetera. So it is a balance when you're in a growth district that you really have to use both funding sources. And there are different methods of borrowing other than just COPS. But when you look at your financial institution, they're going to tell you what the best borrowing method is for what we're trying to do. When you see what Mr. Rinaldi presented, when it comes time to build a high school, and it's going to cost $150 million, it would suck every ounce of money and revenue for just that one project. So when you get to things like that, the only way you really can afford to do the high school and get it off the ground and the need is to go and borrow. Most districts really, when you're growing as fast as we are, you can't pay as you go. You're not gonna have enough money. Okay. So you have to kind of balance that. So that is what caused us to borrow before when we built the high school, the middle school, and the elementary, and why we chose to go and borrow to renovate and get those older schools taken care of, because we know we're gonna have to flip back and we're gonna have to start building some new ones to kind of catch up. So it's constantly a balance between the two. You just don't have enough money in the bank when you're having to build as quickly as we are.
Okay. So would a good analogy be something to the effect of, if I needed a new car, but I don't have enough money right now to get a new car, I borrow the money, but I have enough, I'm making enough money on a regular basis to make the payments.
Absolutely.
So I borrow the money now, I get the car, and then I make the payments over 5 or 7 years or something like that.
And remember, if you waited, and as Ms. Messenger and other had stated, when we built Parish, which it's only been open 3-4 years, when we built that, it was $97 million. The same footprint that we're projected now is $150 million. So the longer you go out to save the money, you're not going to be able to save it and build it. So you've got that tipping point between inflation, running the district, and keeping up with the growth. So there's a balance of all the above.
Okay. And then there was one number on slide number 12, line number 17. That's the revenues.
So that is the future certificates of participation for the middle school, the high school on rangeland and Artisan and Rye Road Elementaries, those two schools. Just because at that point in time, all of the other sources of funds from the ad valorem surtax and the impact fees already would have been used for other purposes. And again, to keep up with that growth, we're going to have to do it again. But at least fortunately, and we'll make sure when it comes time to that and bring it to the board, we'll get options from the financial advisors. There's different ways that you can pick as far as how you're going to pay for that back. And we have this particular plan for the 2023 series, and we'll go with something different to make sure that they're leveled out at the right period of time in the future years.
Okay.
Repayment.
So that was what was confusing to me, but I think you explained it, is that $262 million in line number 17, those are COPs that we want to do but have not yet executed.
Correct.
Because this
So if I
year,
had year zero, like they would like to have a C, you would have seen that we had the money sitting in 22, 23 that was going to be rolling over to meet those expenses for those other projects that we started this year.
can you remind me again, did 175 million, what did we decide on?
It was Onico, Palmasola, Blackburn, Hale, and Terra.
But the amount, do you remember what the amount was? Total COP?
173, 75, 175.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Okay, so basically, it's kind of an ongoing project, so to speak, is that when we need to build these schools and we don't have enough money in the bank, so to speak, we go take out our car loan, for lack of a good analogy. And so we do that periodically. So it looks like we're going to do another one, or issue some more COPs in fiscal year 24, 25, but then there are none projected, at least for now, for 26, 27, 28. Is that correct?
For now, based on the enrollment that we have for now, but as that keeps changing, we'll keep relooking.
Great, no, I understand.
Because I know some of the 2015, 16, or 17, some of those happen to have been refund COPS for previous projects, and that could always be something that would end up needing to be revisited, you know, as the future growth gets projected.
And every time we do this, every time we take out another car loan, so to speak, I suppose, you know, there's revenue coming in. I mean, that seems obvious, but I guess the bondholders would not issue us the money unless they thought that we were bringing in the revenue, and so this all somehow works out. There's new building, we get more impact fees, we expect sales tax to go up because there's a larger population. It all somehow works out. We just keep borrowing. It sounds like the federal government, you know, we just keep borrowing, but we actually can't print our own money, so we have to somehow make sure that we have enough money, but that's your job, right, is to make sure we have enough money to
Or to
pay for all
project
this.
where it's going to be and say, you know what, guess what we can't do.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. All right, thank you.
We wouldn't be able to get those bonds if they didn't feel like we could pay those back anyways.
right, there was a lot of work behind the scenes and information that we needed to give to the financial advisors and the bond council to be able to get where we were for the 2023. And at that point, they did like what they saw. That's why the ratings did increase and go better for the district. And at that time, they did inquire what was the next projection. And we did have to let them know that in a couple of years, we were going to be looking at the 2 new elementary schools and the high school. So they knew that that was going to be in the mix too.
And just so the public knows, our bond rating did go up based on what would you say the credit markets perceive as our financial stability, or is that a good
And
word?
our financial, and our financial records where they were at this point, and the projections of what would be coming in for the area. So there was a lot of that information that was provided to them to be able to make those assumptions.
Do we know who, is it Moody's that does that? That's a number that comes.
S&P and Fitch were the people who rated, you know, between Raymond James and PFM, the financial advisors and the bond councils, and all of them look at the different pieces that they need to, and sometimes some of the same information to be able to make those determinations.
Great. Thank you for the education.
Yeah.
I have one more question,
Yeah.
real quick for you. Debt services, line 149, band uniforms.
Okay, so
Yeah, can you talk to me about that? I'm like, okay, band uniforms. I didn't know that would be kind of under all of this,
right,
but.
so that is an allowable, that is written as allowable expenditure for capital projects.
Okay.
And so, but we make those purchases from the general fund, but that has been written into the statutes that is an allowable expenditure.
What other, okay, yeah. I don't see anything in here for capital for like sports. Like, there's a lot of equipment that we use for football, I'm sure.
So that would be underneath the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, I believe. Yeah. So,
Under FFE,
yes.
Good.
okay. Because that's kind of strikes me
When,
odd.
when we outfit a brand-new school, we use it under FF&E to outfit whatever they need for PE equipment, athletic equipment, et cetera. Most times after that, they get a small amount yearly to keep up with those items. But when we do a renovation, we give them a whole new refresh, but it is paid for out of FF&E out of the gate. I
Okay.
do think that, that is something, Ms. Bray, that when the board is looking at overall verbiage for the millage tax, when it comes back up in '24, you could easily, you know how we added arts as an umbrella? You could certainly add athletic
Right,
items, support as well. And then you would be able to use that bucket for revenue, especially if you want to add a new sport such as lacrosse or things like that, because it does cost a lot of money to start up a school. I will tell you, most schools, their booster clubs are the ones that maintain and provide a lot of that refresh. So
right. Well, I'm like, okay, we have music and uniforms in capital. And I'm like,
That's a-
wow, I
that-
did not realize that we actually do that.
That's
I mean, there's
standard
like,
in most- Yeah, in most districts, it is a rotation because you don't buy new uniforms every year. They're very expensive.
Right.
We have 7 high schools, so we rotate around, and then you'll get a refresh of new uniforms on that rotation of a cycle.
okay.
But you are correct, we don't do it for,
Right.
Yeah, she is.
Right, that's my point.
But-
We're only putting band and music on here. There's not, like all other sports. To
Well,
me,
that would be because it's specifically identified in statute.
Right.
And we want to spend anything, pay for anything that we are allowed to out of capital, because that frees up money in the operating, and we can use operating, it gives us more discretion in operating. Would you say that's fair?
That is
Right.
true.
no, I don't think she's questioning the transfer. I agree with the transfer. I think we try to transfer everything we possibly can out of capital and into operation legally.
It
Legally.
does limit other than FF&E, but as what.
But she's absolutely right in saying that,
If you put that
There's no-
language in your millage language, then it gives you an
well,
expansion
I'm not
of
trying to
another.
sell
one.
another thing to add on to the millage. I'm like, okay, we have music and uniforms in capital, but there's nothing for sports. That's just shocks me that that's that way, and,
Well, the.
I'm in that learning
it's the
phase too,
legislation
but,
that makes that,
so legislation needs to say,
So the
there's a
lobbyists told them.
benefit, and I will do that. I will commit to do that. To me, sports is, I know everybody loves the arts. I'm not gonna say I don't love the arts, but sports is so much of a health and well-being thing when you're out there doing all these things. That's why we have PE, it's why we have all recess for kids, elementary. Sports to me kind of falls into that category as mental health and physical health well-being. So that's why I'm like, okay, we're doing band uniforms in capital, all right. That's just something that caught my eye, and I'm just, I'm not a football player, but I do enjoy watching it on occasion. But I was just, struck me odd that that's there, and that's a whole lot of money. We're talking over, what, $220,000 for 1 year, $250 for a 5-year, and just uniforms, and then $827 in 5 years for music, meaning equipment. I'm guessing that's, are you saying that's instruments?
When they get a.
They're capital,
when
aren't
they
they?
get, yes.
Yeah,
You can
okay.
use it for instruments, but also for uniforms because they are expensive and we put them on a rotation. And it is.
Yeah,
allowed
uniforms
in-
I can see, but music would be then equipment,
Yes,
like,
yes.
yeah, instruments.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, that makes, okay, that's something I have to put in the back of my mind when we're going.
you can keep it in the
Athletics.
front. You keep it in the front.
I will keep
All
it in the
uniforms are
front.
expensive. It's not just band
Right.
uniforms.
Oh, I know,
Basketball, baseball,
and trust
football,
me,
everything.
I know,
Are
I had to
expensive.
do that before, so I can understand that, and I won't even go into athletics transportation, so that's a
Ms.
whole nother
Messenger?
line.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's clear that we're not paying for sports, even out of capital, because play courts and playgrounds is $3.5 million. Over the next 5 years, the turf is $10 million.
Oh, yeah.
That we spent in the past few years a large amount of capital dollars to redo all the tracks at all the high schools. So we're talking about $1 million for music, but I'm telling you, there's millions spent on sports
Good point.
and our facilities so that the students can do those things.
Right.
So I just want to make that, I mean, this is only the capital part, this is not the operational part, and so there's a lot of other expenses that go into it, but I just want to point out that there's a lot of, because these are capital expenses, there's a lot that, there's other pieces that really have to be considered here that really do go into sports that are not going into music and art. The only other thing I wanted to say, when I was looking over this, is it says on your last slide, 2018 sales tax resolution. I believe that was 2016.
Or was it 16?
I'm pretty sure.
Typo.
Yes.
Typo.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing nobody else wanting to speak, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna put us, it's an hour and a half, so I'll put us at a 5-minute recess. All right, welcome back. We are ready to go with item number 2 on the workshop, which is Mr. Schreier. You want to come on up, propose changes to the Code of Conduct policy for 23-24 school year.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Board Chair, Board members, Ms. Saunders. Thank you for having me today. I'm George Schreier. I'm Director of Student Services for our district. I'm here today to share our proposed changes for the 23-24 Code of Student Conduct. I'll do some brief expectations of the presentation. I'm going to speak on the formatting and editing changes that we did. We will talk a little bit about the update process, the things that we've put in place that the committee worked on. It's very important that the board recognizes that this year, much of our work was done because of the changes in state legislation. So a lot of it we didn't have a lot of choice with. We follow what the state laws ask us to do. And then we'll talk next steps as we move forward through this process. So with your permission, I'd like to begin. I'd like to present the PowerPoint, and then after we're over, I'll accept any all questions you may have. So if that's agreeable, I'd like to begin, please.
Yeah, thanks.
As you can see, the format and editing, of course, we updated the cover page for 23-24. We updated the board members because, as we know, we have new board members. We also had 2 new Code of Conduct members come on this year. And likewise, with our present superintendent leaving and our current coming in, I'm sure the new superintendent will want to personalize his own message, and we'll change that in as he gets in place and decides to do that. A little bit on our Code of Conduct Committee. Very, very proud of them. We, diverse group of educators, very passionate, very committed to both safe and orderly learning environment and the maximize positive climate for all of our students. So when we sit down as a committee, it's always about safe and orderly learning environment first. After that, it becomes climate, culture of our students' school experience, building personal relationships, and optimizing student engagement. Our charge is always to keep a safe and orderly learning environment, as I said, and to ensure that all new state and local policies are followed to the T. So with that, we're going to go into some of the notable changes. This speaks to jurisdiction of the school board. We have had a change in personnel. Mr. Stroman has left as Title IX compliance agent, and Ms. Paragoff has replaced him, so that will be noted. The book, when we look at student and parent rights and responsibilities, you notice we've put in here about artificial intelligence. We've done that because we're trying to get in front of new technology that we have noticed cropping up in our school this year, answers.com, things such as that, where students are not turning in their work with fidelity. They're using other apps, and that's certainly not what we want our students to be doing to better their education. On pages 10 through 12, we've highlighted several initiatives that we have started in this district that we're very proud of. We're proud of them because it focuses on the spotlight of student engagement and positive school climate. So with your permission, I won't read those to you, of course, but I will go through and highlight exactly what we have in there. And I'd like to start, if you look on page 10, with our CHAMPS program and our Spark initiative. We realized a year ago, with students coming back from COVID and the other pressures that young people face today, that there was a disconnect in relationships in our schools. There's a disconnect between students and teachers. There's a disconnect between students and students. So we wanted to spark that initiative. We wanted to spark that engagement. So after a lot of data analysis and collaboration discussion, we built and use what's called the CHAMPS curriculum. That is in our classrooms. That's our classroom management system. So beginning last spring, we offered training on that. Not only to our teachers, though. We felt that it went far beyond what our teachers needed. We felt that all of our district staff needed that because they interact with students, custodians interact with students, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, teachers' aides, paraprofessionals, coaches. So we embarked on the mission of training our entire district, and we are still training. We've had our initial trainings. I'm very pleased to say that we just did our customer survey, satisfaction survey, and it has come back very, very positive, and I'll be able to share that here very shortly. But we've had about 700 staff respond, and it has been overwhelmingly popular, overwhelmingly positive. We always, as in everything we do, we're about lifetime improvement. So we are offering training starting next week. We will have a behavioral summit, and then moving into the summer, we will also have CHAMPS training again for our new instructors. In August, we'll have further trainings, and in January, we're having further trainings. So it's been a great success. As we move forward, we want to talk some. CHAMPS is the overview, and then I'd like to speak to what we do with some of our individual students, the training we've had. We're working with this near sequential model of education, and basically what that does, it trains our teachers to work individually with students who may be in some type of crisis or trauma. If we look at CHAMPS as the umbrella, we look at the NEMO, the neo-sequential model, as working with the individual students. We'll continue to grow that training. We've grown it to teachers who will return to their schools and serve as train-the-trainer model. This summer we'll be training our SSSs and deans on that so they can return to their schools and serve as coaches to the teachers. We'll continue that training throughout the year. Moving forward, talk a little bit about what we're doing with our youth mental health first aid. We are training all our staff so they're able to recognize, identify, and assist students who may be having some sort of mental health challenge. That's moving forward very well. We're right at 85%, 88% trained, and those trainings will continue. We've expanded the trainings. I've actually done some of the trainings myself. If you haven't had a chance to take the training, it's very, very beneficial. I went through it, and I found it to be very beneficial for what I do. One thing that we know for sure, that quality relationships is what drives educational success for our students and teachers. So we're always trying to maximize what we do to build positive quality relationships for all of our stakeholders. We have included some book studies among our school administration based on what's called hacking school discipline, so that we're speaking a common language. We have developed community circles in our schools that bring engagement to our students. It's an inclusive activity that teachers use to build a bond and form relationships in the classroom. And again, that has been very, very positively reviewed by our district teachers. Now we want to talk a little bit about building resiliency in our students. I'm sure, as you know, as board members, there is curriculum that's going to be coming in the 23-24 school year to build resiliency training. At this point in time, I don't have information to share with you about what grades, what classes, but that will be coming shortly. As you can see, the purpose of it, it's going to help them, with character, citizenship, mentorship, problem solving, personal growth, and critical thinking. So there'll be more information to come on that as we get more information as a district. We always, again, want to be inclusive in what we do in our practice with students. That's a real area of focus for us, is the inclusion of every student. To that end, our schools do work with the Sandy Hook Promise Foundation, if you're aware of that. It's anti-violence, it's inclusion, it's building relationships, both student to adults. That program within it has what's called a SAVE program, which is Students Against Violence Everywhere. where student-led groups get together and meet and talk with their peers about what can be done to minimize school violence. It mirrors our HOPE, one of our HOPE existing programs in our schools, which are, we have 7 of them that again are built to help students prevent any type of violent behavior in our schooling. As we move forward through pages 10 and 12, we begin to speak to educating our families and communities about what we do to stay safe against school threats. As you may know, the state has Fortify Florida that we use. This year alone, we had 455 threats. While that sounds like a very large number, the reality is only 5% of those are what we call truly serious substantive threats, where there is a true threat. The large majority are no threat, or what we determine to be transient, which is something that we can solve right away and move on with the school day. So it's been very positive. Along those same lines, our district also has anonymous reporting system to report bullying and any other type of harassment or violent activities. We recorded 83 of those, and we record those, we move those back to the school, and then the school handles them at a school-based level. So as we go through pages 10 and 12, it also speaks a little bit to our school attendance, and this goes back to our Florida State Legislature. Compulsory ed was for students of kindergarten age up to 16 years old. Beginning this year, it will be up to 18 years old. So there is a change. We anticipated that change, and we are working on several programs that will help our students graduate, stay in school, and walk away with what they need for their future. Page 19, we added "and persons," and we did that because we want to be very, very clear to our entire community. If you make threats against schools, it's not allowed. We're going to have a safe early learning environment. There's not going to be threats made to schools or persons who inhabit our schools. On page 19 and 20, where we speak of being subject to school-based consequences for any threats, that's been existing in our policy for years. But again, we want to be very clear when we're talking to stakeholders and we're talking to students and parents, that if you make a threat like that any time of the day or night, you will be held accountable. We added a part to mention the apps that include simulating realistic gunfire explosions, and unfortunately this year we've seen instances of that. I have been in a couple of them. They're harrowing. They are very realistic. So with this proliferation of new technology, we wanted to include that as something that is definitely not going to be permitted or allowed. Page 20 speaks to violent and aggressive acts as well. Again, it's merely to clear up the language that we have no place in our school for that type of actions, and we're not going to permit it. Again, on page 20, if you're involved in too violent or aggressive acts, such as fighting, bullying, harassment, it speaks to a BAM contract. A BAM contract is basically a behavior assessment and modification contract. This is nothing new to our school district. We've had it in place. We use it. But again, we want to better communicate that to our families, better communicate to our students. It certainly, as I read this, I want to be very clear with the board. It certainly doesn't mean you get a bag limit of 3 fights or a bag limit of 2 fights. It certainly doesn't mean that. If you look at our code of conduct, if you look at our matrix, it's very clear what the outcomes are for any sort of physical violence or fighting. We just don't have a place for it. As we move out of that section into the section for procedures relating to disciplinary actions, we added RTI to MTSS as an option after the 3rd offense. And we did that to be proactive. We want to get our students the services they need as quickly as possible. Response to intervention, multi-tiered systems of support are critical to student success and providing them the interventions that they may need when they're in crisis. We added alternative placement as an option after the third offense for bullying. And again, it simply goes back to this, there's just no place for it in our schools. As we move into our elementary school matrix, we did want to be sure that, unfortunately, we do have some elementary school students who have made some bad decisions with vaping. We've had 52 this year in grades 3 through 5, and what we find when we work with students and parents is really the lack of information about the negative consequences that come with vaping. So for us, it's more about education. We want to educate the children as well as the parents on what they're doing to their bodies at such a young age. So we do have a curriculum. We do expect that the students complete the curriculum, and that's why we have a day of ISS involved with that first offense, because it takes about a day for students to complete that curriculum. It's also the same as in secondary. It's about a seven-chapter document where students go through and complete. There's a test at the end that they're expected to receive a certain score on. So again, for us, it's all about educating them. We move on to page 50, and it speaks to ATOS. We no longer have that program, so that was eliminated. It's discontinued. So we didn't want to leave it in the book. Likewise, on page 52, when it speaks to expulsion and disciplinary assignment, that was not accurate. The committee didn't feel that verbiage was accurate. Recommendations for any sort of alternative assignment begin with a principal after due process is given to the student. So we just want to be more accurate with our information. New board policy on Narcan and opioid overdose, as you know, came down from the state. I had an opportunity to sit down with our head nurse because I wanted to understand it. I actually had a chance to look at the can that they use. Now this is only for opioid or fentanyl overdoses. That it's effective. It's only going to be for medical staff. It's only going to be in the clinic, but it will be available. But again, that's based on legislature. Again, as we speak to electronic devices in the school, once again, a legislative change that states that teachers can confiscate cell phones if students are not properly using them. There's nothing new to that. That has been going. I would tell you in our classrooms throughout the day, cell phones or technology devices are used daily and have been used daily. I'd also want the board to know that in cases of cell phone confiscation, there's a very, very clear protocol for how those phones are handled and returned to the student, returned to the parent, and locked up safely and not left in a teacher's desk or unwantedly thrown around. There's a very, very defined procedure for that. Again, staying on page 59 and speaking of policies and procedures for electric equipment, unfortunately this year we had situations arise where staff members were recorded against their wishes or not with their knowledge and maligned. So we wanted to speak very clear that neither is going to be permitted. So that's the language we've added in there. However, we also want our children to be able to come to events and perhaps record their siblings at a concert or a game. So we added language that states that they're very able to do that in our code of conduct. Now we've moved into public notices. Oftentimes, we get requests for videos. Hey, give me the video that I don't believe. Parents doesn't believe what the school has said. At one point, we were redacting faces for privacy and supplying them to the parent. Unfortunately, we've run into some problems where parents have been able to recognize students through body type, through movement, and still it's manifested in some sort of negative action. So now, short of a subpoena, we're suggesting that we do not do not allow parents' videos. What I have done, actually, I did it this week. A parent was insistent upon a video, so I personally went to school, looked at the video of the action, described the action, then met with the parent and described step by step what that action was and why it was handled, how it was handled. The parents seemed satisfied, but moving forward, that's going to happen more and more often. So we just want to have something in place for that. Lastly, again, this is a legislative change, but it's something that school-based administration has been dealing with for years. We do not have a policy where boys go in girls' room and girls goes in boys' room and it's out of control. That is not at all the case. We work with parents on an individual basis. If there is a situation that arises and a child needs a private place, we supply those. It could be a clinic, it could be an office restroom, but it certainly is just not a free entry into another sex bathroom. So with that, there's some discussion of possible consequence. It can be seen as defiance. There are cases where if someone does that who is 18 or over, it could be dealt with through law enforcement. But that school-based administration has dealt with that for quite a while now, and it's not been an issue in our district. Next steps, as you know, as I've said, this is only the first step because this is merely suggestions. I'll take your revisions, I'll take your concerns back, revise the comp code, and come back again. So it will be going throughout the summer. And then, of course, there's a public posting for 30 days, and then there's public comment. So this is the first step. I'm very, very proud to be involved in this process. It, in my mind, is critical to our students' success and well-being. It's critical to academic achievement, and I'm very blessed to be part of it. At this point in time, I don't have anything else, so I'll open up to any questions you may have.
You want to start? Sure. You got any
Yes.
questions? Yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Schreier.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. Let's see, I'm just kind of going through and looking where I had questions here, so I'm moving forward in the presentation. On slide number 6, which would be page 10 of the document, student discipline, or the student conduct guide, it says the SPARK, Project SPARK combines prevention and early intervention. What is Project SPARK?
Project Spark is the name that we assign when we, as a district, through Ms. Saunders' leadership, realize that we have to do more for our children than we're doing, that we had to engage and light a spark back in student engagement and building positive relationships. That's the name. CHAMPS is the method.
Okay, great. I mean, I agree 100% that the relationships that we build, it should be a proper, that was one of the really bad things about the whole COVID stuff that happened, is it destroyed the, and I was a substitute teacher, it destroyed the teacher-student relationship in the classroom.
This initiative, that was one of the major things. I mean, we don't blame COVID for everything, but certainly the time the children were away both from one another as well as away from their teacher when they came back, we noticed very quickly that, hey, we've got some gaps here, so we need to spark student engagement, right? We need to ignite a flame back to get that back the way it was. And like I say, we've been seems to be, when you look at the surveys, very successful, and we'll work to get better moving forward, because like you say, it is critical. It's
Great.
the most critical.
Yeah, definitely. As a matter of fact, the relationships in general.
Really, yes, very true.
Yep. And then on page 8, you mentioned something, it's really not on this slide, but the trainings, we've talked about this before, we're supposed to be in compliance at 85%. Is it mental health care training, or what is the training where the district every year has to show that it's at?
That's just what we've spoken about here.
Okay.
We've expanded, and enlarged the number of trainers we had to accommodate that, and we're right on pace. Our ESE department does a great job. I'm speaking for them. I'm one of the trainers, but ESC is over that program, and they've done a great job, and we've expanded, we'll continue.
Okay.
It's a 3-year cert. You are, you're certified for 3 years, so believe it or not, now we're getting to a point where we have to look back and look forward, actually, and start thinking about how we're gonna get people recertified again. But
It's on my list of things to do. Unfortunately, it sits down there towards the bottom of that list, but I want to move it up. So how often does it happen? Every month, every quarter,
we have several trainings a month,
Mm-hmm.
and we plan, like I say, to expand.
Okay.
It's again a very positive training, very good, very very beneficial.
All right. I will shoot to have that done by the end of this calendar year,
Yes, sir.
so, okay. Let's go to page 9 of the presentation, which would be page 12 that you were talking about. What are your thoughts on Fortify and the fact that it's anonymous? It's an anonymous reporting, because that really seemed to cause problems up at Parish when we had all these anonymous reports coming in. On the other hand, we certainly wouldn't want to miss something because a report wasn't made because someone thought, well, I can't be anonymous. But I'm just curious what your...
My personal opinion is for every threat we get that is not manifested, that is not truly a threat, we can't run the risk of missing the one that really would truly be a threat. And there's a lot of discussion I hear all the time about, well, it shouldn't be anonymous, it shouldn't be anonymous. And I get that because many of them are very frivolous. But I'm concerned that if we take away anonymity, then much like you say, someone will not report because of the culture that's out there. So I think it's valuable. I think it's worth going through all the ones that we get every day that says Johnny's vaping in the bathroom, or Susie stole my homework. But the risk of not having it way outweighs the disturbance of having it. So I certainly would think we need to keep it the way it is.
Okay. And then I get a lot of emails, maybe other people do up here, my fellow board members, about fights, and there seem to be a lot of them, but then again, we have 45 traditional schools and 45,000 students, and so I'm thinking out loud as I'm talking. I'm wondering, I don't like to create administrative burdens for people, but would there be any way to get a summary or something to that effect of how many fights there were?
Absolutely. We just, right now, just yesterday, actually, we have completed our fourth quarter data. So I have that. It looks positive from just my first perusals, and I can certainly get that to you. That's no issue.
It would be interesting for me just to be better informed about these things.
We have that. We just finished it yesterday. Let us clean that up, and I'll have that to you next week.
And even if do you have historical data too, by any chance?
Yes, so we go back 4 years. Yes, sir.
Because I'll get emails, hey, my 8th grader has been at middle school X, and there have been 4 fights in the school in the last month. What the heck's going on down there? And
a lot of that, from what I find, a lot of that is students posting, and when they post, and the parents see it, they don't realize that fight was 3 months ago, or that fight was last year. And then students tend to repost them all the time. That's what I've run into. A lot of the parent interactions I have where I get the same calls, and we sit down and meet, and I look at and it was posted. If today's June 7th, well, that was posted in December, and then I'll show them the data. There hasn't been a fight here for 3 months, and I think a lot of it for parents or for people who aren't accustomed to working with our students, they see the level of violence, and that immediately makes them oblivious to the time frame. And then like I say, I always work with, there hasn't been a violent act out there in 3 months, but I go through the very same thing. But yes, I can get you that information.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. On a regular basis, whenever that report, how often do you compile that
We run it every
report?
quarter.
Every quarter?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see it,
Okay,
if
yes,
I
sir.
could, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Let's see. Okay, moving forward here. How about page 11 in the presentation, which would be page 20 in the document, where it says violent and aggressive acts?
Well, we had violent acts already in there, but we want to be very certain that everyone understands any aggressive act is not tolerated. There's physical aggression,
Yeah.
there's verbal aggression, there's aggression via cyberbullying, and none of that is going to be tolerated.
Well, my question was not about the verbiage there. It's the word involved. And as opposed to maybe being responsible. I mean, if I, for whatever reason, am being bullied and I get in 2 fights in a, you know, in a space or whatever, in a year, I guess it says, because people are bullying me and I end up having to defend myself and I'm in a fight. How do we ensure that children who are in fights, but they didn't initiate it, they weren't responsible for it? Because those are other emails I get. And again, you know, all parents, probably even me, thought that my kid was an angel and my kid never started the fight. But on the other hand, usually someone starts a fight, and I'm for children being able to defend themselves if they're getting the crap beat out of them, you know. So that word concerns me, the involved. Hey, you were involved in 2 fights, you were getting bullied. Sorry, off you go to Horizons or something, you know. So
Really, in the school business, in the day-to-day operations of school, anytime there's a fight, anytime there's any sort of aggression, the school administration is immediately going to investigate.
right.
They're going to do due process. They're going to have witnesses. They're going to have the parties each explain their side of it, although not together. And then the school administration will make a decision based on, you know, what was the outcome. That's why we have the range of discipline matrix and range of consequences in our matrix, because every fight's not created equal. Every aggressive situation is not created equally. So there is latitude for that. This is suggestion. This doesn't mean hard, fast, you're going. This means you can be considered. It's much like our alternative assignment process. We don't say you're necessarily going. We're saying that it could be considered by a team, a school safety committee, for possibly being reassigned or possibly being put on a behavior acquisition contract. So it's all based on individual situations. There's no one-size-fits-all with this.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
It does say you may be placed on a
Right.
BAM contract if you read further on it, so.
it does say
I'll add it to
may.
consideration.
Well, that's true. That word was, to me, probably selected
No, that's fine.
very intentionally.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we're not in situations where we say, hey, you know, there's no fighting at school. You were involved in a fight, and so you're going to be disciplined, even though I know of one particular constituent. It appears that his son was jumped inside a bathroom, and the kids have been threatening him and they finally got to him, and they caught him in the bathroom, and they beat him up. And you know, if he wasn't the initiator of that violence or not involved, but he was involved in it because he ended up having to defend himself. Anyway, what assurances can you give us that those kind of situations are, you know, if a child is being bullied and is simply defending his or herself, or they get jumped? Because I get these stories about, you know, hey, the 3 kids have decided they got it out for this one guy, and they finally trap him in the bathroom and they beat the crap out of him, or try to, and then he's not going to get in trouble, or he's not going to be punished for simply being involved.
Sure. And that's where Mr. Schreier was saying they do an investigation, take all that into consideration, and make a call based on the information they find.
Okay.
You know, many times, most of our fights are mutual, right? You know, going back, I say something about Mr. Schreier, he says something back, right? We go back and forth, then I touch him, he touches me back, and we start fighting. Most times they're mutual, but there are some cases where they aren't. And we look into it, and if so, we address it accordingly. The schools do.
Okay. Again, you know, I trust you guys. I've worked with you now, and you seem like honorable and decent people. I just want to make sure that we're being fair, for lack of a better term, so that children.
That's really our priority. Outside of a safe, orderly learning environment, fairness, consistency in our processes, and I can tell you, school-based administration, beginning with SSS's, deans, APs, spend an enormous amount of time in due process investigations. There's nothing swept to the side. There's nothing, well, that wasn't a big enough deal for me to investigate. They know their career depends on it. And with the crisis that many students are going through right now, it's priority for them. So they take this very, very seriously. So the due process aspect is what keeps from happening just what you're describing.
Okay. And since we're on this topic, let's go ahead and move forward to page 13 of the presentation, which would be page 67 of the document. Requests for school videos are exempt under Florida statute as well as FERPA 34, CFR, federal, combined federal regulation, lots of numbers there. I guess I'm concerned about if the child comes home and says, look, I was jumped in the bathroom and these kids beat me up, and, you know, the school system says, no, you weren't. And the child says, that's what happened, and the parents want to say, well, I'd like to see the evidence. And then we say, no, you can't see the evidence. And I mean, we have a public records law. Maybe I'll get Mr. Dye in on this here in a second, but I went and actually looked up the FERPA thing that we're concerned about here. It says, the rights of parents to access information is limited to their own child or children if the education records includes information about if the education record includes information about other students, that information must be removed prior to disclosure so that parents do not have access to any other child's records. Now, you mentioned the concern here as well, we're masking faces in a fight or something like that.
That's the redacting piece. However, even when we redact, we still see the child's body, we still see the child's movements, and we still see the child's actions.
Right.
In many of our schools, especially in our community schools where the children come from the same neighborhood, many parents are able to recognize, well, that's Johnny based on his size, based on what he had on, and we've had situations that have resulted in some negative feedback for that. So the suggestion is that short of subpoena, we don't share those type of records.
So I would disagree with that. I think if a parent wants to review a video, to me, and I'll ask Mr. Dye's opinion here in a second, but I want to get my opinion out and then we can see what he has to say. It says the rights of parents to access information is limited to their own child or children. If the education record includes information about other students, that information must be removed. To me, that means if the discipline, you know, there was a discipline file on the child or grades, or it doesn't mean that if there's a fight that goes on in a school and there's a video of that fight and the parent says, my child tells me that they didn't initiate that fight, I want to see the video, and we go, no, you can't see it. It's not part of the education record. That's, to me, public information that should be available to the parent so that we can fairly adjudicate what happened here. And for us just to look at the parent and go, oh, you know, you're going to trust us. You know, we reviewed the video and you don't get to look at it. I just don't, I don't think that's what the intent of this FERPA was meant to do. So, Mr. Dye, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think your comments are well-founded. The concerns that you have. Unfortunately, I didn't do the research General Counsel did on this, but it's a complicated and debated topic in school law is the access to these videos, not just when there's a fight, but in general.
Okay.
So I'm happy to get back to you on it.
I'd like to do that because I'm not in favor of it. If a parent wants to see the video of a fight that their child was in, that to me is not education records.
Absolutely understood.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, then, so let's see. Going back to page 11, which would be pages 28 through 41 in the document, just some acronym education for me. It says there, added RTI.
Yes, sir. Response to intervention.
Response to intervention, and I saw
multi-tiered system support, you know.
Okay.
And that is what drives our students who may be in crisis or who may be struggling. That's what drives them to be allowed services or accommodations that can help them be academically successful.
Okay, great. And then the next line down, SESIR, please.
SESIR. SESIR speaks to our school environment, and it speaks to the level and the seriousness of a situation. You have non-SESIR and you have SESIR. If we say if it rises to the level of SESIR, that normally means that law enforcement is involved. It means that the nature of the physicality is more severe. It could mean injury is related to non-injury. It could mean staff involvement. Was staff able to mitigate the situation verbally, or did they have to involve themselves physically? There's several components to that. And then we have an administrative guide from the state that makes a determination on this action happened, this is cessor, this is why it's cessor, and it speaks to those different components.
Okay. And while you were talking about this page, you made a statement that kind of piqued my interest. You said this year we had 52 K through 5 violent incidents or something to that effect?
No, sir, vaping. 3
Vape.
through 5, we had 52 instances of vaping.
Vaping.
And I just wanted the board to be aware that we didn't just assign a day of ISS to a child. We realized that we really, really, really need to get not only the child, but the parents educated on what they're doing to themselves through this action of vaping, the harmful side effects.
So it was vaping, it wasn't violence?
No, sir. No, sir.
I'm just curious, any idea what the youngest child is who's vaping in an elementary? Like,
We did have one first grader,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
oh, well, okay. Now, let's see. Moving on to page 12, please, which would be page 50 in the document. Out-of-school suspension. The program was eliminated from funding and discontinued. What is
ATOS.
out-of-school suspension as opposed to, I know what in-school suspension is, but.
Yes, sir. This program, we call it ATOS, Alternatives to Out-of-School Suspension. It's a program we had in the past. It basically was if a child was going to be suspended, they could, with parent permission, be housed at what was Bay Shore High. And then we expanded to elementary, as well as expanded a couple others to other schools where there's suspension. They'd be suspended from the school. However, they would be in a portable with a certified teacher getting their schoolwork. Unfortunately, due to funding, we had to cut the program.
Okay,
So we didn't want to advertise something that we could not produce.
okay. And the funding means that we don't have a teacher available to do that, or why was well, when you say we don't have the resources, I guess what I'm asking, what does it
There
take?
was a number of reasons. There's just a shortage of resources, and we had to put the money into general education.
Okay. And so you think the benefits, did you see a lot of benefit out of that program, or was it?
There were benefits to the program for the students that were coming. The biggest challenge with the ATOS is that there was not transportation provided. So many of the students, unfortunately, were unable to access the program. So on those lines, it was not successful. The lines as for the children who came there, absolutely, because they were supervised and able to do their schoolwork.
That's what I was thinking, is, I mean, if we suspend children for, first of all, how long can we suspend them, 1 to 10 days? Or
1 to 10, yes, sir.
Okay, so rather than sitting at home playing video games, I mean, if we had them in a portable somewhere, actually trying to get something accomplished, but, and Ms. Saunders, ultimately, I suppose you made this decision, or it was under your purview, or just, why did we decide?
It was my decision.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, it's because you're responsible for it all,
I'm
so
responsible.
you just
Yes.
why you decided to eliminate it?
It was not cost effective.
Okay.
If we have a shortage of teachers and paras in the core curriculum, I've got to make sure that where I have the largest number of student concentration, those classes are staffed. When we saw how many students we were actually serving, in some cases, we would have none in a day, even though there were opportunities, because parents had to bring them, they would not be serving any students, or very few students in a given day. So because of that, we decided to take the staff that were assigned to that and put back into the regular school day. So I think it is a benefit in many regards. You can't provide bus transportation because every day the routes would change depending on who's suspended and where you're pulling them from. So I think if we're ever at a place where we do have an abundance of people available, and we're at that staffing level again, I think it would certainly worth being revisited. We're just not there yet. Today, you have almost 150 teacher vacancies and 93 para vacancies for the next school year, today.
And I figured it was a cost-benefit analysis.
So it really, do you have the money for it? You have the money for it. It just wasn't cost effective when you have a shortage of teachers. You need to put the teachers in the paras where you have the biggest concentration of kids.
Most bang for the buck.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Okay, moving on from there. So I actually took some time to look through the proposed changes, the bigger, longer document. If we could move to page 13 in the presentation and page 59 in the document. Let's see here. So this is from the longer verbiage in the document. There's something in, so it says under the electronic equipment section, it says, neither the school nor staff members are responsible for any such items if they are lost, stolen, broken, or damaged. Basically, if we confiscate an item, it says that we're not responsible for it. Although I heard you say that there's a very...
Absolutely there is.
So
I can go over that for you if you like.
Well, real quick though, if that is, because, you know, let's say a child gets a $1,000 new iPhone for Christmas, and, you know, on January 5th, he's back in school and he's using it inappropriately. I don't have a problem with confiscating it for then, and somehow we lose it or we break it or a teacher drops it, and then we go, oh, too bad. We're not, you know, it says right here in our policy, neither the school nor staff school members are responsible for any such items if they're lost, stolen, or broken. I mean, someone might say, well, gee, I guess you shouldn't have been using your technology inappropriately, but I think we have a responsibility to take care of it and return it to the student in the way
Absolutely.
that we found it.
That's why we have the policies in place that we do. If a teacher, first of all, a teacher's going to give several warnings normally to a student.
Right.
Please put your phone away. Please engage in the classroom activity. If she asks for the student to turn in the phone, the student turns in the phone, immediately she is going to call administration. Administration is going to come. They're going to pick up the phone. They're going to take the phone to the discipline office. There's a safe or a locked drawer of some sort in those discipline offices. They are put in there. In our code of conduct, it speaks to progressive discipline, the amount of times a phone's taken. It's either given back to the student at the end of the day, or a parent is called and the parent comes in to pick up the phone. We don't want to hang on to phones, certainly, because of the risk of just what you said. But they are locked, they are put away. There is an accounting system for phones. I can vividly remember at schools calling parents, hey, you need to come pick up this phone, please pick up this phone. And it's a point if they don't, we're going to turn that phone back over to the child, specifically to avoid the potential problems you mentioned.
Well then, but it says right here in the policy, it says neither the school nor staff members are responsible for any such items if they are lost, stolen, broken, or damaged. I think it should say exactly the opposite, something to the effect of staff members of the school will take proper care of the property until such time as it is returned to the student. I mean, it's their property. Well, we don't, you know, if we drop it or break it or lose it, too bad. You know, one could even say it's unconstitutional in a way, which is, you know, taking of people's property without due process of law. That may sound a little excessive, but we should be responsible for it. Just like if the police come to your house and confiscate your property, you know, in theory, it doesn't always happen, but they should be responsible for it and give it back to you when at such time as.
Yes, sir. We can include language because, like I say, the policy exists. There's very clear steps so we can have that.
And it sounds like the policy is not in line, the protocol to deal with that is not in line with what it says here in our policy. So we should be responsible. If we confiscate property, we should be responsible for it and give it back in the same condition that we found it. And if we don't, then we, the government, owe somebody some remuneration for not returning their property in the way that we found it. So, and then in the next line in the policy, it says, I think it was in here too, a student may not electronically record SDMC employee or facility without written or explicit permission unless it's a school-sanctioned event or activities that may warrant such recording. And then it says, additionally, students may not record or post to the internet recordings of fighting, acts of bullying, assault, or battery, whether staged, real, regardless of time or location. So this is one of those, to me, overly it's kind of like when we had the book law come down, and it says you can't show nudity to children in a classroom, and if you do, it's a class 3 felony. And then the teacher calls me and says, well, I teach art history, and I'm going to show the, you know, as part of my curriculum, I show the picture of the statue of David, which is a naked man. Is this a 3rd-degree felony? And as you read the law, you're like, yeah. Now you talk to people in other parts of the government who would be responsible, and they'll say, well, no, we're not going to, you know, we're not going to use the law for that effect, but that is what the law says. So, you know, when you read this very restrictive, actually, I take that back, very overly broad terminology here. A student may not electronically record any SDMC employee or facility without written or explicit permission. This does not apply to school-sanctioned events or activities that may warrant such recording. So on the last day of school, I'm getting on the bus, and I and my friend take a selfie because we're happy about the last day of school, and I post it on Facebook. What are we going to do to that child?
Well, that's a regular school-sponsored event. That goes in conjunction with what I was talking about with concerts and games and those type of things. What we're speaking about is what has happened this year and in past years is a teacher or a school staff is in a classroom in a hallway and a student is recording them without their knowledge. What you're speaking of, last day of school celebratory situation, is a school-sponsored event. I mean, that's there's willingness to do that. The student knows it, and the people in the picture also know it, as opposed to recording someone who's in a classroom and then maligning them or making malicious accusations about them.
Yeah.
Sir, it's to
I think
prohibit
you
things
go
in a
there.
bathroom, prohibit fights of violence, acts of violence being posted. We've had situations where folks have been in a restroom and someone has come in and videotaped them in inappropriate. So that's the examples that this is prohibiting. If you're at a basketball game and you're videotaping a game or something of that nature, that's acceptable. But they're trying to make sure that it's prohibitive to do those inappropriate videotaping so that there can be a consequence tied if they do something like that.
And I understand what we're trying to get here, but to me this is overly broad. A student may not electronically record SDMC employee or facility. What if I'm standing on school property in the parking lot and I take a pic, I'm just recording the school. I don't know, I really like my high school, this is my last day as a senior. That's not an event, but you understand what I'm getting at? It's just...
But everything to be taken, I mean, I think you're overly being analytical about it. I think everything is a situation. So in that situation, it'd have to come to administration. Someone would have to complain about that picture to come to administration for anyone to even start the code of conduct policy to get in trouble for. So who is going to even say, oh, well, Richard was taking a picture of last day of school, he was happy. I think you're trying to pick stuff that may not even ever happen and just and it's all case by case circumstance.
Exactly, and that's a great point. In that situation, a very viable situation, let's say, like Mr. Choate said, if that came to administration, trust me, they're gonna investigate. They're gonna say, Richard, you know, why were you doing that? You're gonna explain, hey, I love the school. It's my last day. I got to leave early. I'm not going to see it again. I've had fond memories. And we would say, hey, that's great. That's a positive thing. Again, like we talked about, it comes to that due process and that investigative piece. That's harmless. That's fine. But again, like Mr. Choate mentioned, administration is going to investigate that and determine why, what it was done for and why. That's all.
Well, we say these things don't happen, and then up there in Tallahassee, it was a charter school, and basically the director of the charter school was forced to resign because one of his teachers showed a statue of David in a 6th grade art class or something like that. I just think it's, well, it says what it says, but it really doesn't apply, and we'll make a judgment on whether we push it forward or not.
But even in that statute, though, sorry to interrupt, but even that statute, it specifically says in that statute, if it's for academic purposes, if it's not for academic purposes. showing the Statue of David is absolutely for academic purposes. There's no, I mean, it's one of the greatest works of art ever. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if that would have come to us, I hope as a board, we'd have been like, no, you're not, we're not going to fire the principal because the teacher showed David. No, I mean, and obviously the charter school has the privy to do what they want to do as a board. But so, I mean, again, I think that's all case by case basis.
Yeah, well, that was added, that language was added, I believe, because of the problem this year about if it's for academic, if it's part of the classical tradition of art, or if it's for academic purposes or something like that. Okay, I just am making the point that it's one of those very overly broad statements that could encompass all kinds of activity, and we're saying it's wrong. A student may not electronically record SDMC employee or facility without written or explicit permission, period. But, okay, I made my point. Let's see. And then additionally, students may not record or post to the internet recordings of fighting, acts of bullying, assault, or battery, whether staged or real, regardless of time or location. So I am in the parking lot getting in my car as a high school student after school, and I see over here some kids that are fighting. Maybe I even see someone pull out a weapon or something like that, and I say, you know what, I'm going to record this because it would be nice to have a video of what the heck's going on here. So we've prohibited that because we can't record people on school property. And then, but let's say that the person does do that, and they go and they, on their private time, go and post it to the internet. How can we legally prohibit them from posting that on the internet if they have a video on their private phone and they decide, I want people to see what happened in the parking lot at, Parish High School when these shots were fired or these kids beat up each other?
The real reality of what happens with that and what you're talking about happens very frequently, unfortunately. So there's a fight on Monday, and the fight has been mitigated, due process has been handed out, and we're going on with our school momentum. Children post those fights, comment on them, enrage, inflame the situation, and then we have the same fight 2 days later. So that's why we have the policy that we do in place. Now, if some child were to record that and turn that into law enforcement, that's a positive thing. But that's not traditionally what has happened in our school system. They record the fights, they make very negative comments, they'll bully who was the alleged loser, who the victim was, and more often than not, that perpetuates more school violence. So that's the spirit of that.
Well, I understand, again, the spirit of it, but again, I don't mean to be overly dramatic, but we all take an oath up here to support the Constitution.
Absolutely.
I'll ask Mr. Dye, if a child takes a video of something on campus that he or she sees, and on their private phone, not government technology, but from their private phone, post it to Facebook or post it on YouTube, can we legally punish them for exercising their First Amendment rights to use social media? It's a lot to think about, I know.
Mr. Dye, I can help you a little bit.
All right.
Sure.
In loco parentis,
Right,
we are the parental authority when they're in school.
right,
They are children.
right.
We are allowed to provide rules and regulations that they have to abide by if they choose to attend our schools. So legally, we do, and the law requires us to set what those boundaries are, and we have to clear, that's why we have to have a code of conduct, because we've got to spell out what is permissible and what is not permissible, and if you violate these acts, what the punishment will be. So we collectively can set what those rules are. They are children, they're minor children. It's different than if you're an adult than if you're a child walking into the school. They do have due process. There are rights that they have in determining the consequence, but you have to spell out what's accessible, allowable, and what is not. So that's what this document holds. So it's not the same.
Correct.
It is on school ground.
It doesn't say that, though. It doesn't say that. It
Well,
says,
our cyber policy is the only policy
Right.
that is enforced where, at any location or any time. The cyber policy is, yes, cyberbullying, cyber harassment,
Which
those
is
type
what you're posting to the internet or so forth.
well, but if someone, so we've already told them somewhere else, well, you parents don't get to see that fight. You can't see it. Just let me finish, please. And then now we're here, we're telling them, and if a student, records the fight and they go off campus, I guess if we're on campus, it's in local parentis, but once they leave the campus, they're back in under their parents' response. You can't post it on the internet then. This whole prohibition of we're not going to let you see it, you can't post it, you can't look at it, I'm just very uncomfortable with all that. This is how we get into transparency problems. We're not going to let you see the video as a parent. If you post it to the internet as a student, we're going to apparently come after you. And, even if you do it on your own time off of the school campus, I just am very uncomfortable with all that and violating parental rights, number one, for parents to see these videos of their kids in these fights. And then number two, if a child has a video and a student has a video, and I guess off campus, outside of school hours, if they want to post it on the internet, that's a First Amendment right that they have. And if that, you may say, well, that causes problems. Well, First Amendment causes problems. I mean, we have a First Amendment right to say and do things that make people uncomfortable, not to incite violence. Now, that's different. If they post the video on Facebook and they write comments that incite violence or something like that, then law enforcement should get involved. But it's just, hey, I saw a fight today on campus. It's on YouTube. And let it be there. Mr. Dye, you raised your hand, it sounded like, so.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a great discussion. And this is some of the cutting edge stuff that's in, school board law. Gets talked about all the time. The technology's gotten ahead of the rules. We're letting kids have these devices on campus that have cameras in them. But they don't have a right to that. I mean, you can take that right away from them, but you haven't. So everybody's walking around with a camera, right? And it causes problems for the staff. But then you get into constitutional issues that can all be, that I hope where it's all headed is we're not going to allow phones anymore on campus. I mean, that's going to solve actually a lot of problems, right? Distraction, as well as video games, portable handheld, video games, all that stuff, distraction devices. I hope that's where it's heading, but where we are right now, we're in a pretzel. And the other thing, going back to the point you raised, and it just dovetails into countless issues if we don't get rid of these things on campus. I'm not sure they're helping with education, to be honest. But we got to be careful on the damage to their property, because they're assuming the risk of walking around with those things. If their parent gives you a $1,000 device, it's kind of their fault. If it gets dropped and broken or stolen or whatever, right? I mean, my bicycle, it was about all I was given, So we got to be careful if you're in a situation and it gets confiscated. We've got to be careful the district's not saying, well, we're kind of insuring it. Like, we're going to give you a perfect one back when we didn't even break it. Like, maybe it got broken in the fight.
Well, that's a different situation.
Yeah, it's like a bailment almost. So we got to be careful. The language is good language to protect the district. I mean, but maybe it should say due care will be, the district will have due care and while it's holding the property or whatever, something like that. But we got to be careful we don't say that we're somehow ensuring that it's in good shape or whatever, because they didn't have to bring it.
Well, they don't have to bring their cars. I mean, what if there's construction going on in the parking lot and the contractor shoots a rock out of the, out of his piece of equipment. I don't get too into the weeds, but the point is, we, the government, when the government takes people's property, confiscates it, number one, it should be under due process of law. Number two, the government should then be responsible to give it back in the condition that they found it. If I, the government, take a $1,000 cell phone from somebody and give it back to them inoperable, then I've essentially taken $1,000 worth of their property. And the Constitution says that you can't take people's property without due process of law. And there was, anyway.
Not a kid.
Well, yes, it does. You can't, the government cannot go out and take, if a 16-year-old has a car, government can't just go into the driveway and tow a kid's car away and say, well, we suspect that you were speeding at 90 miles an hour. That applies to all citizens. Now, there are differences maybe for children on campus, in schools, but they still can't confiscate their property and not give it back to them in the condition that they found it.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. What I'm saying is it's a case by case basis. I don't think you would ever, and this goes back to if the adult knows they dropped the phone and broke it, the kid gets it back, the parent says, hey, they says it wasn't broken before, and the adult says, yeah, I accidentally dropped it. And the parent said, we want this replaced. However, they would work back to the district to go make that decision. We'd probably replace it because it's our fault. But I don't think we can sit here and say what ifs on every single situation, because you're going to have to trust an adult to make a decision. I don't think we could put all these policies in place, but we're still at the end of the day going to have to trust an adult to make a decision that's best for that child when the policy happens. And so, I mean, we could sit here and say, is it constitutionally right for the school district to say I can't have my cell phone on campus at all as a parent, and I want to be able to reach my kid? I don't know, right? I mean,
well, I'm just very uncomfortable with when we say things like neither the school nor staff members are responsible for any such items. If they're lost, okay. If the child loses it, fine. If they bring it to school and it's stolen, fine. If it's broken or damaged while it's in our care, then we should be responsible for replacing it, and the policy says we're not. And I understand that quote unquote protects the school district, but it's like those clauses at the bottom of your, the contract you get when your roofing is done that says, well, we guarantee that your roof, will not leak for the next 3 years unless there's a fire or there's hail or there's birds that get in there or there's mold, or you're like, no, I thought you guaranteed. You know what I mean? So we should give people's property back, and I don't like the wording of the policy. I would appreciate it if we would have something that says we will take due care to protect the property until it's given back to such time. And then I'll just make my last statement on this, is that if I were a parent and you try to discipline my kid because he took a video of a fight in a parking lot and posted it to the internet without any incitement to violence and just said, hey, I think I want the community to know what's going on here today at the school, and so here's the fight that happened, and it's on the internet, and the school district tried to discipline my child for that, I'd file a lawsuit, and First Amendment lawsuit immediately, and I think to some degree I'd have a good chance of winning, not to mention journalists that would get it. And also, but go ahead, Mr. Clark.
What about the victim? I mean,
the victim of what?
Someone's fighting me,
yeah.
attacking me. I'm a victim. Someone films it and uploads it.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have a duty of care to the victim to make sure they are not portrayed in a poor light on the internet? Or
happens all the time. When we take videos of all kinds of situations at concerts, police that are beating up on other people. Go ahead, though.
But students, though, someone, a middle school student or a little one, and someone's fighting them, another kid is videoing it and uploads it.
Wouldn't the upload be considered cyberbullying or cyber
Absolutely.
harassment?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a policy on that.
Absolutely. And what happens is not only is it uploaded almost 100% of the time, there are negative comments made, profanities.
But there are consequences, disciplinary
Absolutely.
consequences to doing that.
In our matrix, yes,
And
ma'am.
we can bring in the parent and
We
say,
do bring it. Yes, ma'am.
take it down, get
Yes,
it
ma'am.
off.
Absolutely, we
Get
do
it off
that.
the internet, and resolve it that way.
And at a school-based level, that's what we do.
I don't think we can take away the right to upload it if they're willing to face the consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
So if there's a fight filmed in a parking lot at a school, and the student off campus decides to upload it on YouTube to his YouTube channel and say, here's the fight that happened today, that's cyberbullying.
Yes, it could be everything. Much like Mr. Choate says, everything is an individual basis. We review each case. There's no one-size-fits-all, as I said, in school discipline. However, it very well could be. Yes, sir.
Well, it could be, but our policy apparently says that You can't do that. Okay, I just think I think we're opening ourselves to potential lawsuits, and it's unconstitutional to tell people that they can't use their social media devices and upload whatever videos they want to put up there, as long as they're not inciting violence or, doing in some other way breaking the law, but it's just my thought on it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Ms. Foreman?
Yeah,
I had some other
I'm sorry.
questions, though. Sorry about that. Let's see, I'm glad to see on page 14, page 68, I'm glad to see that this has been added to our disciplinary policies.
Yes, so we never permitted that. We added for
Okay,
language, but we don't permit one sex students in the other sex bathroom.
okay, great. Thank you very much. That is all the questions that I, comments. I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
okay.
Ms. Foreman?
First, on the Roman numeral III, where it lists the school board of Manatee County, we need to be gender neutral, and Mr. Choate should be listed as chair. That's my substantive complaint there,
At the very beginning?
Yeah, so,
Yes, ma'am.
instead of chairman.
We'll fix that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hey,
It's the chair, yeah.
my comments get a lot more substantive after
Yeah.
this, okay.
Okay.
Page 2. All right, this is, I'm referencing to the document as opposed to, if that's all right, if you can follow along with me. But when you are listing the new Title IX coordinators, I think we've recently in our policy gone to listing a website address, which is helpful because like in the middle of the year, if Sherman Stroman is no longer here,
Great.
we're looking
Yes,
at,
ma'am. We can adjust.
I think a listing
Yes,
the
ma'am.
website would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Very good.
Okay.
We'll take care of that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, page 9. This is removal from a bus. If a student, first of all, do we have the right to take away transportation from students if they endanger?
Absolutely, we do. We see the school bus as we see the classroom, and we want to assure a safe, orderly learning environment in our classroom as well as on our bus. So much like our school suspensions, we do issue bus suspensions.
Okay, and what about students with disabilities?
The same policy holds true in terms of limits for ESC students to be suspended out of school is the same way as it holds true for them to be suspended off the bus if they're not able to get to school. And we work around that. That's issue we face daily in the school system. But ESC is afforded the same rights on the bus they're afforded in the classroom.
Okay, all right. Okay, page 11. The Resiliency Initiative. Okay, I'm not going to mince words here, and I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but my understanding is that this is supposed to be replacing the 5 hours of mental health teaching or instruction that we were in the past had to do in classes.
For our students, yes, ma'am.
Right, okay, and now they are taking that away and replacing it with this.
That's the guidance we've been given, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The mental health, the 5 hours of mental health instruction was based on mental health professionals.
Yes.
Would you say, okay.
Yes.
And then this is saying that if a student, they just need to be resilient. They need to have grit. This is what they need if they're having a problem. A teenager with issues in depression, anxiety, any of these issues, and I think it's prevalent in our schools, to just tell them, kid, you just need to buck up. You need grit. That's what you need. I think we're going to do a lot of damage. So I'm going to say this now. I don't want to see us do away with what we had been doing okay? If we are providing a service or a benefit to the students, to tell them that it's, if you were just stronger, you could overcome this. That just is going to be so harmful. And I know we don't have all of the rules and the methods yet, okay? And when it does come out, I really want a workshop on this, and for us to very seriously consider mitigating whatever damage this is going to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I see this as,
Yes, ma'am. That's a very valid point.
This
Very
is-
valid.
yeah,
We
okay.
definitely, as we gain more information, we'll share information and we'll look at what options are available. Very,
okay.
very well
because
taken. Thank you.
If we could omit this, I would say let's omit it, but I know we've got to follow state law.
Yes,
So I think in this case, we just have to overcome it. So,
Absolutely.
anyway,
Thank you.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So before it's initiated in the classroom, I want it to come before the board in a workshop, please.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. Page 20, the violent acts. Okay. The definition of the violent act and aggression, to me, it seems kind of vague. And let's say, there are times that the act endangers someone without being specifically violent, or perhaps it's aggressive, but I'd like to see something added in there about significant endangerment. So for example, if a kid spits on another kid, yeah, it's aggressive, but it's not like it's a violent act, it's endangering another student. And so I would just like to see something in that to make it clear that it doesn't have to be violent
Yes, ma'am.
or define aggressive act.
Yes, ma'am. We also have endangerment in our discipline matrix, but
Yeah.
we certainly can add to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay. And when we say that a student may be, I'm sorry, I'll skip on that. And I agree with Mr. Tatum's comments about being involved. I do think we have to be very sensitive to that, because if you're the victim, you shouldn't have to try to be subject to discipline. Okay, the Mr. Tatum's comments about SES assessor, okay?
Yes.
Could we have that defined in here?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay, because parents are going to be looking at this document, and let's make it
It's our
easy.
school environment safety incident reports, but it's just an acronym.
Yeah.
And we have so many acronyms as it is,
Yeah.
but we could spell that out. Yes, ma'am. That's a
Yeah,
tough one. We
and
can
just
do
kind
that.
of a definition of what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, page 50, out-of-school suspension. If when a student has a conduct so egregious that they need to out-of-school suspension, and they have no alternative for education, aren't we? I think that's a poor maneuver. First of all, for a lot of kids, out-of-school suspension is a reward, not a
Absolutely.
punishment. But if we require them to complete some schoolwork remotely, wouldn't that be a better method? Or eliminate out-of-school suspension entirely?
Well, yes, ma'am. The past years, we've mitigated out-of-school suspension vigorously. We have programs in place through mentoring that have worked to keep our students in school more. We try to provide services when they're out of school suspended. There's Ingenuity, of course. There's email where they go back and forth with their teachers. We encourage them to do schoolwork. Whether or not a child is suspended, we're going to encourage them to continue their academic momentum.
Okay, shouldn't that be in this document?
We could certainly put it in there, yes, ma'am.
Have we considered eliminating out-of-school suspension?
We've had discussion, but there comes to a time, it comes to a point when we speak of safe and orderly learning environment, that there are some acts that are so egregious and so dangerous to the school community that we can't safely have certain children in school. But we've certainly through our Spark initiative have looked to gain momentum for student engagement. We realize that suspension negatively affects student engagement, and we work diligently to improve student engagement. So absolutely, we have collaborated about how to keep our students from being suspended, teaching them. That's the whole CHAMPS model, that's the whole Spark, that's the whole mentoring piece, where we're literally teaching our students in the classroom, here's how you stay away from those type of consequences. Here's the actions you need to stay away from, as well as here's the actions you need to do.
Okay. Page 51, when it talks about, will my parents know that I'm being suspended? You know, and the notification of the parent. I think we also need to add something in there where if a student is 18, that the student should be notified, don't you think? I mean, are we?
Well, the student, what happens is, let's say a student commits an act that could possibly be suspendable. The student is called down to the office, to the discipline office, speaks with either the SSS, dean, or AP. They're given due process, and basically what due process is, I'm sure you know, is give me an explanation of A, did you do this, and B, why did you do what you did? Well, if in the process it comes out that the student did do something that's suspendable, we make them aware right there. You know, we'll reference the discipline matrix to say, based on the discipline matrix as well as that student's past background, you will be suspended for 3 days. Big point we make to them is, but you're due back on this day. Be sure you're back this day. The next step from there would be an immediate call to the parents. There is also electric communication that goes home and focus.
The reason I'm bringing this up is there was an 18-year-old that was disciplined, and the parents got the letter, and she never saw it, and there was some confusion about whether she was expelled or, you know, in her mind, whether she was expelled or suspended or reassigned. And I just think it's helpful that, you know, when you got an 18-year-old, and I think they're entitled to it, you know, but.
No, any student, regardless of age, if they're going to be suspended, is directly told that.
Right, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. Page 59, okay. All right, I'm with you on this one, Mr. Tatum. If a student has a cell phone, first of all, it's really vague. It just says without written or explicit permission that they, you know, they can't record anything. It doesn't say by whom. So if I got my buddy Joe next here and Joe says, "Yep, you got my permission, go for it," you know, that's permission. So, you know, so anyway. So if you wanted to truly restrict it, you need to identify who can give that permission.
Yes, ma'am. That's a
Okay.
great point. School administration.
Okay, but the student who got attacked in the bathroom, okay, and there was a video of it, it was helpful to everybody involved. What was not helpful was when it got posted to the internet, and that is the fight was a violation, but posting it was the violation of our student code of conduct.
Cyberbullying, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and cyber harassment, I think, is also defined in there. To tell someone that they can't, there are times where they should be recording something that they see. Things happen, you know, and I truly can't support telling them that they can't record it. I'm all about saying, you know, you can, in this section, say, you know, if you have a recording, you know, take it to the appropriate authorities, but, you know, but posting it on the internet would be considered a violation of the cyberbullying, so that
Yes, ma'am.
they would be disciplined there.
Yes, ma'am, we can build language in like that.
Okay, but I think it's, to tell someone they can't video something.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, we've got active shooters. You don't want our students videoing that, or videotaping that, whatever. I think there are too many circumstances where we want those recordings.
I think there may be more circumstances we don't run the recordings of than we do. Because if we said, hey, no more phones at all on campus, which heck, you want to solve all these talks? Just no more phones, right? But then there's going to be someone who argues. I'm not saying you would in this situation, but there's going to be a parent or somebody who argues, well, wait a minute. We would want a phone there if there was something happening, et cetera.
Absolutely.
So what
Very
happened in
valid argument.
1999, my freshman year, we didn't have phones. And there was a fight in the bathroom. And we all get pulled in, and the administrator sits down, says, Chad, what'd you do? Johnny, what'd you do? Jim, what? Okay. And then that adult determined. And then when I went home, my mom and dad didn't say, why didn't you record it? Or, oh, there was recording. They believed what the adult said.
Due process, yes,
And
sir.
because there was a due process investigation. So, again, I don't think we're ever going to be able to solve any of this. And you said a pretzel is what Mr. Dice said, and it's true. It's like, if we take the phones away, we're going to have people that say we should have phones because it's a great tool to catch something happening that we do want caught. So, but then if we do have them, now they're a distraction, and I don't know my personal, just get them out then. And then all of this stuff stops. But then you're going to have the same argument. Is it my right to have a phone? Is it my right to? So I don't know which way you go. And hopefully we just rely on it. It's every circumstance. We have an adult that's making the decision that hopefully is trained to make that decision correctly.
That's why we focus so much on case-by-case basis. That's why it's so very important. When we train deans and SSSs and APs who work daily in student discipline, we stress to them that it's not a one-size-fits-all. You have to do your due diligence. You have to take your time and devote hours and minutes to being sure that you've covered all your bases, because it's totally individualized basis. Each case is different.
Okay, I'm just gonna go on record, I don't support not allowing them to video,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so. All right, then, okay. Page 67, viewing the video. I get what everyone's talking about, but I do think that by saying that you got to have a subpoena to be able to view this video is an invitation to say, okay, sue us. That's what it's going to take. You got to sue us and then get a subpoena and, I can just see this being a problem down the road. And I really would appreciate Mr. Dye spending some time weighing in on this one. So I know you said you were going to look into it. And page 68, entering areas intended for the opposite sex. Should we define opposite sex?
Oh, we can, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get someone who could, a boy that could be identifying as a girl and go, okay, well, it's not the opposite sex, I'm a girl, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Need to.
Biological. Yeah.
We can add language. That.
I'd add not just bathrooms, but locker rooms, anywhere.
That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Ms. Frey?
a few. Some of them were already addressed, but I'll touch on them with my opinion on them. On your deck, page 7, I have a real big issue with neuro model in education. Neurosequential, actually, is what it is, if I'm saying that correct.
Yes, ma'am.
This is getting into really deep stuff that is beyond reading, writing, and math, and sports, and arts, and all of that. I mean, seriously, we're going beyond, in my opinion, having teachers to go beyond their selected profession. A teacher is a teacher. And if we're going into this sequential model, NME, to me, I think that's beyond the scope of what we should expect for our teachers. That would be more into, a very advanced neuropsychologist even. So to me, I think this is just a little too much. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I just think that's just way beyond the scope of what we need to be doing. If there's behavior issues, we're all gonna see that throughout our lives at some point. But to me, I'm not good with that. It's like that brain study is in here as well. I'm not a big proponent of that at all. So that's on page 7.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Now,
So-
we don't mandate all teachers to do that either. No,
I
that's
understand
merely-
that,
That's
but-
merely volunteer.
Right, but just even having it there, to me, goes beyond our basic,
Yes, ma'am, understood.
I mean, behavioral, we have all these behavioral people, maybe, but I just think that's going beyond our scope of what we're supposed to be doing. Page 8 on your deck. To Ms. Foreman's point, we're going to page 11, if you're looking at the entire policy, on page 11 it would be, cultivating skills that build resiliency. That goes to personal responsibility, and I agree with Ms. Foreman. We're supposed to be teaching adult grit. I mean, you gotta toughen up. Life is gonna be a little harder when you get to be an adult. This is not to elementary level, this is more, I think, middle and high school level. But if we could just kind of, I don't know, wordsmith that a little better to, and then too, we got critical thinking and all of those in there, but just put something in there that this is more for you to, your life skill. That's the whole thing about us.
Soften it up. Yes.
Right, soften it up a little bit. I would say that's a good word, thank you. Safe Promise Clubs, okay, that's already been addressed. Page 11 of the deck, page 20 on the, I guess it's page 20. We've done a lot of talking up here about students. We also need to understand there's a parental aspect in all of these policies and how they have a role in helping us develop their child, because that's what it is. I mean, we're there to help develop your child. We need you to partner with us, not go against us. And I think on a larger scale, we do a good job of that. But on page 20, if you're involved, again, I'm with, I think you and all of us, if you're involved, that's a big word. You can be involved, but not be the instigator. So that's the word I wrote down, was the instigator. Who's the instigator of these group fights? And that is where I think we need to be more defining.
Okay.
I mean,
Can absolutely bring more clarity to
right, instigator is a huge word to me that really defines, okay, this is the person that instigated this. Like the bathroom video that we all saw, somebody instigated that.
Yes, ma'am.
And that person I know was dealt with, so that's a good thing. But I just think, again, that's just a strong word. If you're involved, you can be involved and be what you're saying, the victim. And then I had the question about RTI, so that's already been addressed. And then to your deck, page 12, page 50 of the out-of-school suspension. I understand your point, Ms. Foreman, about kids losing valuable instruction time when they're suspended out of school. But at what point, you know, do we get to a point where this student is prohibiting others to learn? You have to have that balance, and/or is a risk factor for the other students.
Yes,
That would
absolutely.
be, that's my thing, okay, if there's a situation where this child is just beyond what we can do, I mean, we have a responsibility to do all of these things to help the child that's got bad behavior issues. Well, we have the same responsibility to protect those children that do not pose a risk. So, I mean, you can have a student go in there and start throwing chairs, and you're gonna hurt a bunch of kids. At some point, I don't know if we should totally eliminate out of school. I don't know, you're saying it's a statute, do we have to do that now, or?
No, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am. We've not ever considered eliminating school suspensions. We know, again, through involvement with our initiatives to engage students, we recognize that when students are suspended out of school, it, number one, disengages them for a temporary period of time, and it can halt their educational momentum, but the safe, orderly learning environment for the innocent children is a priority. That's why we have levels of offenses. That's why we have progressive discipline. We don't start off as punitive as we can be, but certainly we have very clear language that speaks to level 3 and 4 actions that will result in out-of-school suspension and can result and have resulted this year in consideration for alternative placement. So, no, ma'am, we're not going to permit violent, aggressive acts in our school without being responded to with some sort of out-of-school suspension.
Okay, because.
And that's reflected in our
If we
matrix.
eliminate that whole language,
Yes, ma'am.
then I can see the argument of somebody saying, well, it's not in the policy that you can suspend my
Yes,
child.
ma'am, but it's very clearly in policy.
Okay, all right.
Very clearly in policy.
Okay. And then I'm going to page 13 of your deck. We've already been through this. Page 59, electronic equipment. I'm going to go there on my screen because there's so much controversy in this whole topic. Because at the beginning of of that policy, electronic devices, if you are in possession of a non-district issued electronic item at school, they may not be used before the morning bell rings and after the school bell rings, I'm guessing, unless your school has adopted a policy further allowing or restricting the use of personally owned electronic devices. So it's kind of like, okay, we're telling you you can't have it at school, but after the bell rings, you can't have it on unless your school specifically says, use your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
So-
Each school sets the guidelines. Now, some schools I've been at let them use their cell phones in cafeteria, lunchtime, between classes, but not in the buildings. It just depends on what the school-based administration has set up. But they do have, I mean, they'll have their cell phones with them. It just is depending on what the school-based administration has set up for when they can use them. Oftentimes, you see them used on the patios during lunch, before school, and then to be put away when they go into a school building is probably the most common protocol today.
Right. In other instances, they are to be kept turned off and out of sight on school grounds unless an administrator or designee gives permission to use a device.
Yes, ma'am. That would mostly speak to like standardized testing or into class testing or into course testing. Teacher would normally direct them, now let's put your phones away and out of sight because we're going to take a test, maybe during a lecture, something like that. Most classes that I've witnessed nowadays are kind of a combination of both.
All right.
They'll have them Googling information on the phone, and then they may use that information to convert into some sort of group activity where maybe the phone isn't used, and teachers are very, very knowledgeable about directing. You look at our champs, and it talks about action and movement and participation and communication in there, right? And that's how all that is taught by the teacher. They teach them the requirements and what needs to be done, what do I need to do in this classroom to be successful. That's a part of it. So there's times when the cell phone is out and there's times when it's not. But that's clearly articulated. That's part of our CHAMPS initiative. Communication, that's the first one we teach our students.
And then absent permission, teachers to other schools may confiscate. And I understand everyone's concerns up here. How often have we confiscated devices? How often have we done that? How often do we do that?
I don't have any empirical data on it. It's frequent. It's depending, again, on who the teacher is. Teachers, I know for a fact that teachers issue way more warnings than they confiscate. Frankly, teachers they're not comfortable a lot of times with confiscations. They're much more likely to say, hey, put that away. Johnny, can you put that in your backpack, please? Most teachers will make a general classroom announcement that, okay, cell phones need to go off, and then they'll move forward with their lesson.
And then the electronic recording. I'm going to touch on something probably that no one's brought up, maybe someone else is going to. Recording teachers without permission or whatever. We've all seen the videos, not necessarily here, but other places, colleges, where there's bad behavior of our staff. And a student will record that and share that. And I'm not saying anything negative about that. I'm saying it could happen. I would encourage that if there's something going on that needs to be brought to our attention that involves staff and they have recorded some bad behavior, they not go to the internet with that. They go to someone in authority with that they would not fear retaliation. That's the other side of if you're videoing. Fear of retaliation if they turned in something like that.
Well, our school administration's teams are very, very careful to keep anonymity.
Right.
We encourage disclosure from our students if they witness negative behavior from adults. That's your fortify tips. Our district bullying, we get an enormous amount of action, of information generated on there as well about staff members. So they do have a means to do that. And again, that's that positive personal relationship piece that we talk about building with our students, where students feel comfortable about coming up to school administration saying, hey, look, I saw this in my class. I want you to know about it. So that all goes back again to the whole personal relationship piece that we work so hard to establish in our school.
And to all of the policies that we have been written based on statutes, laws, guidelines to develop the student, and or because we have to add something because somebody did something bad. So we have to write a policy to reflect that. So I'm saying out there to the students, the rules we make are based on some of the behaviors that have happened at your school.
Absolutely.
So understand that when you're doing something, we have to respond to that. And unfortunately, one person can create this whole conversation about cell phones because somebody did something bad that was inappropriate and or posted on social media. I wish we didn't have cell phones in the schools. I really do. I think it's a distraction from the book, from the tablets, and all of the tools that we have given students. I would almost hesitate from instructing a teacher to get out your cell phones and look. I just prefer, look on your tablet, you have the resources we've provided. I wouldn't recommend anybody saying get your cell phone out for a lesson or anything like that. So, but that's all of the notes that I had. Thank you so much. That's a lot of work into this.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Ms. Messenger?
There's a lot of benefits to going last or near last. A lot of stuff's already been said. Just a couple things. Neurosequential model was approved by this board at the last board meeting. I just want to make sure that that's really clear. Another thing about ATOS, the ATOS program before it was cut, it actually was funded by the Children's Services Advisory Board. The Children's Services Advisory Board cut the funding. The district, I think, tried to pick it up for a little while, found that it just wasn't like feasible. So, you know, you can always apply and see what happens. But, you know, if, as a sitting board member on the CSAB, you can't say anything about any school district ones. So, but I remember when that happened. Really, there was a lot of different questions about the legality of things that were stated in here. And my personal opinions on a lot of things really are completely irrelevant. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about them. I would ask that our attorney just review everything and make sure that it is legally sound, because that's really more important to me than my own opinion on certain things. Because I've heard a lot of different, I think there are a lot of different ways to look at the things that are here. And I don't think that there's going to be one way or another way that's going to, I'm not convinced there's one right way. But I am convinced there's a legal way. So all I'm asking for is a legal opinion on some of the things that have been discussed today, so that whatever we choose to do is founded in that. And that should be, to me, the way we move forward.
I've made a list of.
I'm sure you have. There's been a few things, and like I said, I think there's opinions. I don't need to. I'm not going to say it. I don't need to talk about it. I'm just going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you to both of you. And I know this was a lot, and this is a lot. This is a big undertaking, and every year you guys come up here, and I don't know where Dr. Wilhoit is, but you know, it's always you guys. I really appreciate you, and thank you for all that your time and your patience and your understanding, and thank you very much.
Very happy to do it. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
I just have a couple things. I know it's funny because it's legal until like somebody has a lawsuit and wins, and then it's not legal anymore, and then you got to change everything, right? I will say, you know, I just stated it. I said you take the cell phones away, and you don't have these problems. But I was a teacher that I used cell phones in the classroom. I was a math teacher, and we used particular lessons. You could do review games, things like that, and the kids' participation when they were able to have their cell phone and they hit a color, A, B, C, D, in different colors, different shapes, on the same math question that I did on the board that they didn't care about or know about, but they had their cell phone out, and was able to hit B as an answer. The participation, everything is that much better. So I do agree. There's the rights, and there's going to be, if you take it away, there's going to be people saying no, don't do that. We do, and so I think for us, we've got to look at the majority, what is best for the school and the students overall. I think at some point, though, I agree with Ms. Spray. At some point, parents have got to be parents, and we are not their parents. We are here to hopefully build them into a person that can get into our community, have chances to be great. But there's also a hand in hand with parents, and hopefully, I don't need to have my child be taught resiliency, because hopefully I'm doing that throughout both of their lifetimes. I understand that there are children that don't have that home, right? And don't have those parents at home, and that's why we are now coming in and being that substitute. The concern that I have and I've said this multiple times since I've been on the board, is we are requiring teachers and people to do things other than teach.
Absolutely.
And then we turn around at the end of the year and say, why are our numbers down? Why are we not reading as well, or why are we not writing as well? And it's across the country. Why am I not things? Well, because we only got 45 minutes in a class or 50 minutes in class, and 5 or 10 minutes, if you combine the time, is me telling kids to put their cell phones away when they're not supposed to, right? Well, that's 10 times 4 or 5 times a day of the week times 180 days. All of a sudden you add up, and we've now missed multiple days of work because I'm telling kids to put their cell phones away when they shouldn't have it away, out, right? So we wonder why things are acting different and why they're changing. We're requiring teachers to do so much more than what they were intended to do, which is just teach kids.
We are.
And it's unfortunate, but again, somebody has to help those students who don't come from a home that have teachers, and where else are they going to get it, right? So that's just the way it is. I do have a couple things. I think that I forget who, I don't know if it was Ms. Foreman or Ms. Spray who brought up ESC, IEPs, 504s, things like that, right? We get emails all the time, and I'm sure obviously the school gets complaints all the time. I think that while there are truly students who have ESC, 504s, IEPs, don't get me wrong, I also believe it's been abused, and I can say that because I've since 2007 teaching. When it kind of came in, I know for a fact that there's kids that didn't need extra time, etc., but they had that as a fallout, and parents were behind that. My question is, are we doing do we have the resources enough to make sure that those kids who have the IEPs and the 504s, and we got to document behavior and document issues before they're actually removed from a classroom or suspended or put to a different school or whatever the ultimate consequence is? Do we have those resources in place to do that? Because eventually what's going to happen is you're going to be so overwhelmed as a dean or whatever that you're just going to let Johnny slide because, he's got a 504 and we didn't document it right, and I got to do all this, but I've also got 17 other students I got to do by the end of the day. You know what I mean? And so eventually you just can't do it all. So that's my first question. Do we feel like we're staffed? And I know we talked about staff already, and there's only so much money to go around. I get it. But I mean, I guess I just want your opinion from the boots on the ground. My assumption is they're probably overwhelmed because there's so much they're doing. Yeah. Now I got a call from a student to do a deal with the phone, but I should be dealing with the actual disciplinary issues. And it's not just phone. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. But I mean, do we feel like we're staffed? That's my question.
If you're asking me, have we allocated the appropriate staff, I would say the answer is yes.
Right.
The issue is they're not all filled. If we can fill all the positions that we have budgeted and allocated, I do think we would have adequate resources. But that goes from behavior techs, we have vacancies there, ESC paras, one-on-one paras. So we have 93 vacancies right now in our paraprofessionals. So we have the allocations. It's, are we going to be fully staffed in August with the people willing to fill the jobs is the question. They are not filled today.
I mean, that's something that, what are you gonna do? Okay. I'm not accusing saying we weren't. I just was really questioning, do we have the staff to do it? Because it seems like, and by the way, not only that, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you got all these, yeah, it's just kind of crazy sometimes. I know in the disciplinary, we had talked about it before, and it looks like it's gone, unless I missed it, but the policy of like the 180 days of no extracurricular, et cetera, for a first offense, whatever, and maybe it wasn't first offense for certain items. Is that something that's still in there, or do we look at that and remove that? Or
We had discussions, some very deep discussions about completely removing it, but at the end of the day, we left it that it's still a possibility. It's not a mandate, okay, but it's a possibility based on school-based leadership in review of that student's actions.
Okay, and obviously, one-on-one basis of what
again,
happened, of course.
And
how
again,
egregious, how-
again, the conversation was all about this. It can't be one size fits all across the district,
Sure,
right?
sure.
Each school-based leadership team has to discuss, look at the child's background, look at the child's actions, and then make a decision based on what's best for the child. But it's not a mandatory. It is a possibility.
Was there discussion on the time length? So why 180 days? Why
Absolutely.
not 30 and then reevaluate that student? If you need more, hey, we'll tack on more. But
That's absolutely was the spirit of our conversation. And keep in mind, there is an appeal process
right,
that students and parents can appeal and go through, and are many times, I don't want to say every time, but I'll say many times, that appeal is granted. So there was a lot of discussion on that.
So no longer is there a mandatory 180.
gotcha.
No.
So
Yeah. So it could be, hey, for 30 days, you no longer play a sport, do band, do whatever, go to a dance, and then
Any
30 days we're
extracurricular.
gonna evaluate.
And then a lot of it too, is based on the consequences coming from the sponsor, the coach.
Sure.
The
Sure.
coach can bench you just as well.
All
So
those punishments typically are way worse than the school stuff.
right.
Well, it's good to hear that was looked at, because I just felt like a flat 180 days right from the jump, and then we're after 90, we're going to reevaluate. Well, 90, that's 3 months. That's a season, or that's a whole time for a
Absolutely.
band, whatever. Okay,
That was
good,
a
good,
very clear consideration for us.
good. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. I know this is not easy. Sometimes there's not a right or wrong answer, and so I really appreciate it. Any other questions for these gentlemen?
just wanted to just
Yeah.
mention, as Mr. Schreier pointed out at the beginning too, this is a committee that looks at it. We do have principals, assistant principals, counselors, you got specialists, district leadership. The sheriff's department participates in it as well, and I think you have parents
I do.
that
Yes, sir.
sit in
Parent-
on it. So it's
sir,
not
teachers,
just us,
parents, teachers.
my personal view on things. We take a group approach to it and looking at what's best for our kids. As you know, it's just like in your own home, right? You set certain rules and guidelines, and sometimes my wife doesn't necessarily agree with me, and she overrides or what have you. But for sure, we kind of look at each of these situations and try to strengthen and make it better each year. So thank you for your time.
It's
Thank
good to
you.
know that you have such a cluster of people
Yeah.
from everything that looks at all of this. It's just not
No, ma'am.
us.
And they don't
I'm so glad to have
always
that.
all agree.
Yeah, exactly.
I would like to make one more comment, and that is, as I looked through these rules, I just had the impression that they're being made to protect the school system as much as possible, and the students and our employees, and I understand that, but we could also, we could make our schools into prisons, and we could search all cars that come on campus, and when I bring up things like, not allowing parents to see videos of fights, and then, telling students that because they posted a video of a fight that they filmed in a parking lot on the internet, that now they're cyberbullying somebody, even if they just said, hey, I posted a video of a fight I saw today, just so the public knows what happened. We're in the customer service business now too, and as we're having to compete with other schools and these type of things, these are the type of things that frustrate parents. And it's that, we say, when one person does something wrong, everybody pays the price for it. So I would just ask the committee to keep in mind when you're looking at these type of things. That might be a really good idea, but how is that going to affect parental rights? Even thinking about what are the legal ramifications, as Ms. Foreman brought up, of us putting this, what does FERPA actually say? What's the interpretation of that? I just didn't see, and maybe those conversations happen, but I saw, as I kind of read through this, it was kind of like what happened during COVID. It very much reminded me of these overly broad laws and rules, and we're going to stop people's bad behavior by just setting down rules and arresting them or getting them in trouble. Things like curfews and things like that. Just please keep that in mind, that we're customer service oriented. We still have to follow constitutional rights and laws. And while some of these things may be good ideas, there is a risk to allowing people to exercise their constitutional rights as we go through this process. So that's a broad general guidance, but I would ask you to keep those things in mind, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Most definitely. When I did Mr. Schreier's job, I'd look at other districts to see what they're doing, and read up on what other states are doing
Absolutely,
and all
and,
those types of
and we
things.
do
So
that.
we
We
balance
also,
that.
we also have general counsel in our meetings with us. He's an intricate part of it, so, you know, we always get a legal aspect as well. And then this week, Mr. Dye and I will definitely have some communication, collaboration about concerns, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Do we need to take a 5-minute recess?
Oh, yes.
All right,
please.
good. 5-minute recess. Hi, welcome back. We're moving on to item number 3 for the workshop, presentation of the proposed changes to the student progression plan for 23 and 24.
Officially moved into the afternoon, so good afternoon.
We have.
Chair, board members, Superintendent Saunders. My name is Shannon Fleming. I'm the Director of Secondary Curriculum, and I'm here today to present the 23-24 proposed changes to our student progression plan. So part of the presentation, I'm going to first review the process, talk about the formatting and editing changes, and also the legislation updates that have affected the language in the student progression plan and our next steps towards approval. So our student progression plan committee is comprised of 45 members. We have school-based administrators, school counselors, coordinators, and specialists from the different departments, district leadership, and parents. We meet in subcommittees, so we have a general committee, an elementary, middle, and high school committee, and this is how it's been done historically. And you know, the goal of the student progression plan is to provide a document that is guidelines for our stakeholders. And you know, it's a very tedious process as you see the length of this document. And so I just want to thank our committee members for their time and commitment to this process. And the timeline with dates was posted to the curriculum instruction website as well and will remain there. So I'm not going to review every change that is included in the red line document. There are a lot of formatting and editing changes. Of course, there are grammatical errors and formatting things that need to be adjusted as well. So we're just going to review the notable changes today. But be assured that once the changes are approved, we will go back and reformat the document for final publication. And just before we jump into the notable changes, as a reminder, of course, if there's ever, you know, a lack of clarity or a question about anything in the student progression plan, you know, state statute will prevail, and we often do reference back state statute in those situations. All right, so our first notable change is direct impact from House Bill 1, which was passed in recent legislation, and that removes the online graduation requirement. And so all of that language has been removed from the graduation requirements section, as well as other references throughout the document.
What year does that start?
I believe in
Is this incoming class of freshmen?
starts for, no, effective July 1st, it's for all students.
Oh,
So
so
our
it's
current
like a-
students,
okay.
our current students no longer have to meet that requirement. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I have a quick question. On my screen, this is not maximized. Can you maximize it on your screen too?
So we can do the split screen.
Or, oh, it's so we can get a split screen. I understand. Okay, that's fine then. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's just the whole document's not visible, but that's okay.
Is there something I can
Perfect.
do?
Nope, no, not
Okay.
on your end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
And then if we could just hold questions and comments to the end, it's a short presentation.
Yeah, sorry. I
That's
jumped.
okay. Oh, I see here. Okay, I think that may help. All right, so moving on, this next change is a change in language to reflect our electronic registration process. And it really just directs families to the school district website or to our parent kiosks that are located at our school sites as we move away from any type of a paper registration form. Following that, we have added language to clarify enrollment expectations of age and documentation requirements. This is specific to our students who are entering kindergarten that have to be 5 years of age by September 1st. So we just added some language there for clarity's sake. Again, we have a change in language related to the electronic registration process. This is in a different section. This is our students who are entering from another Manatee County school versus the first time when it was just first time enrollment. Our next change, we added a statement to clarify our protocol for class rank. This is specific to homeschool students, stating that they must enter by the first semester of their 11th grade year to be included in class rank. And this is put in place to avoid homeschool students coming in at the last minute and kind of jumping our students that have been in our system in class rank at the final hour. Our next change, there was a large but very successful undertaking this year to move to electronic records in our schools. And as a result of that, we had to update our processes for our registrars when dealing with withdrawals. And so you'll see language there about how the process will be for electronic records, things like cumulative folders or transcripts. This next change is specific to our ESC students. So a student with a significant cognitive disability could be eligible to take the Florida Standards Alternative Assessment rather than taking our FAST assessments. And this just specifies that it must be documented in their individualized education plan or IEP. Our next change is specific to intervention for third grade students who are at risk of retention. So statute requires immediate evidence collection to begin when a student is identified as being at risk, versus what was there previously stated that a parent could request for that evidence collection to begin for their portfolio option. And this is just stating that the school must take immediate action. There's also some information there related to mid-year promotion and the New Worlds Reading Initiative that went into place this past school year. And we also have added language to include required instruction. This is repetitive in all three sections in your elementary, middle, and high school section. The committee recommended to add it to the general section and reference the required instruction statute. And we also added our reference to Appendix C, which contains the opt-out form for health education components. The form has been previously approved and has been in use this current school year. All right, our two remaining changes are in the high school section. In recent years, the state removed the special diploma option for our ESC population, and so it needed to be removed here. Our only two current options are the standard diploma or the certificate of completion. And then finally, for an ESC student to defer a standard diploma, just a reminder that our ESC students are eligible to stay into school until their year that they're going to turn 22. And if they are awarded a diploma, they can defer to receive that diploma later so that they can remain a student and receive services in the public education setting. So that's what this is related to. It's just to bring some clarity. They still get to participate in the graduation ceremony with their cohort, but they are deferring accepting the diploma until a later date. All right, so that's the review of notable changes. But before questions, just want to review next steps. We have the approval to advertise pending board approval on the June 13th board agenda. Once we get that approval to advertise, it will go onto the district website as well as our local newspaper for public comment from June 19th approximately to July 20th. And then we would hopefully have a public hearing to approve at the July 25th board meeting so that we would have an approved student progression plan in place when our students and teachers return in the fall. So now I will open it for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Messenger, do you want to start us off if you have any?
Yeah, you get to go first.
Let's go first.
I like going last. That's okay. Because then I get to hear what everyone thinks, right? That's where it's like, it's really interesting. I don't really have any questions. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of major change, and it seems like a lot of the changes that are being made are based on changes in statute. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the committee convening and bringing this forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
A couple of them, just probably learning. On page 6 of your deck, we have provide a passport. Is that what we're calling birth certificates and stuff now? I'm just,
In lieu of, right?
yeah,
You can show your passport.
right. I mean, it doesn't say anything in here about, do they issue birth certificates still? I'm just curious at that.
This is just a portion of that section.
Okay.
What this is saying is that parents who provide a passport for proof of age must also provide documentation, and then it lists, the proof of parentage, because if you were to provide a birth certificate, it would have the parent's name and the student's
Right.
name and age. So this is saying that if you get a passport, it's just going to have your identification information, but the parent also has to show that they're the parent of the child.
Okay, so parents who, I was just curious, okay, we have passports in here now. And then on page 9, we change the language from special diploma to certificate of completion. Is that what we did?
No, ma'am.
No?
So the
Okay.
state previously had a special diploma option.
Right.
And so there was different requirements that could be met for an ESE student to receive a high school diploma.
Okay.
They have changed that to where that is no longer an option, and they have to meet the standard diploma requirements.
Okay, that was my big thing, is like, okay, so they have to meet the standard, okay. That was the thing, because I was like, oh, I didn't realize that, so. But that's when you insert or a certificate of completion. Okay. Can you define that to me a little bit there?
Certificate of completion, so for our students right now that are faced with not having met, let's say their testing scores or a concordance score, so they've maybe met all other graduation requirements, and they're issued a certificate of completion. It says
Okay.
that you've finished school, you have not met the requirements to earn a high school diploma.
Okay,
Which
all
is a
right.
standard diploma.
I just needed that to be a little more defined for me, so, but that's all I had on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nothing, thank you. Thanks for
She's
waiting
on.
us out.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your patience through all of that. Sorry about that.
That's okay,
Thanks for being here.
absolutely.
So I do have a question about the Florida virtual schools and what the policies are and what the law says. And so I have a constituent who has a situation where they're transferring in from a private school. Anyway, I guess my overall question is, are we able to limit children's ability to come and go to a school based on them taking virtual classes? I guess that's kind of my big overall question. So maybe I need to be more specific. So in this situation, the student would like to, I believe, come after first period and leave before seventh period because they have athletic activities that they participate in, and that's the only time that they can participate in those practices for those athletic activities. And apparently, one of our schools has some policies in place that wouldn't align very well with that, and so there's a little conflict going on there. And so I'm just trying to understand better what the rules are around that type of situation.
So for Florida virtual school classes that are on our campuses, so where students not enrolled in like a full-time Florida virtual school program, but rather they're taking maybe a class or two, we offer a space for them on our campus under supervision to complete that during a period of the day. So like, let's say they have a math class that's virtual, they could be sitting in maybe the media center and doing their virtual school class during that period designated.
But do they have to do that, though?
So I believe that the statute says that there's no specifics about them being forced to allow students to take these classes off campus, if you will.
So then the point then that the parent made was, well, what's the point of having virtual school if you actually have to come to school to take a virtual school class? Did you understand what the parent's concern is, or?
So there are reasons for Florida virtual school courses or virtual classes. I mean, there's sometimes those courses are not able to be offered on our campus because either there's not a large enough interest in that course or just the scheduling component. Sometimes there's a conflict. You've got a kid that may want to take, an advanced course that's only offered one period a day, and it's also, this other course is only offered that same period. And so instead of having to choose between the two, they could take one of those courses on the virtual program, and they could maybe take it a different period of the day.
Okay.
I think your question is, does the law allow?
Yeah, it does.
And It does not, it gives, it allows and requires us to provide virtual. It does not stipulate how and when it has to be offered. So the school sites are able to determine how to schedule the students. The parent can't dictate that. If they want to be enrolled at that school and they want to take 2 virtual, if their schedule does not permit, the parent can't dictate when they're off campus for those virtual classes. So that is the legal answer.
Okay.
They can be full-time homeschool, where they can pick their schedule as they want and then elect to come in for certain electives. But again, it will depend when the school has space available for when they're able to take those courses. So there's a way that they can go about it, but they can't define their set schedule with when I'm coming and when I'm going per statute. It does not require the school to do it that way. It does require us to provide and allow them to take Florida Virtual or any other type of virtual course. It's the scheduling piece that's up to the individual school.
So does a virtual course though just mean they take it on their own?
It's multiple ways. They can, in some cases that's allowed. Some cases, based on how the school defines it, they do, because of kids coming and going and accountability and safety, can restrict that you take certain virtual. If you're their student, they can direct it to be offered on their campus. You cannot force it to be off campus, but you can require it to be on campus if they're enrolled as their student.
Okay.
So if they want flexibility, then they can't be defined as that full-time student at that high school.
Okay.
Then you have more flexibility.
So to get the flexibility would be to do something like to declare a student as a homeschooler?
Correct.
And then, so can they come and take what classes can they come to the school and take if they're a
Electives.
homeschooler? Only electives?
If they're a full-time homeschool, there are ways they can work with them. But again, if they're a homeschool student, it's defined in our student progression plan. We have an office that supports them, and it gives them ways that they can navigate it. But they're not going to be able to say, I'm a homeschool student and I want to come on your campus first period and 7th period, or only da-da-da. So again, if they're trying to go back and take any type of courses on that campus, that principal will work with them, but they define it. But you do have more flexibility in picking your virtual classes if you're homeschool versus a full-time traditional student.
But you can't, are you saying, did I hear you say that you can't take core classes? If you're a homeschooler, you can't come to a high school and take core classes, or?
It will depend if they're enrolled as a full-time homeschool student or not. So I would advise a parent to contact our homeschool office, and then they will give them all the legal requirements and documents that they have to adhere to do that.
So is there such a thing as a part-time homeschooler as opposed
In some cases, there can be.
there are different rules about, and
Especially like for medical reasons and things like that.
Correct.
I'll just make the overall comment then that, again, we're, especially now with this new school choice law that we have, we're in the customer service business. And I did, in having this discussion, there were some comments that came up about, well, we can't have kids coming and going all the time. But I mean, when I do these deliveries for Feeding Empty Little Tummies, and I go in and out of schools, and there's all kinds of kids coming out. And sometimes I make deliveries at 9 in the morning. There are parents picking up their kids and dropping them off. Sometimes it's at noon, and parents picking up their kids and dropping them off. And sometimes I show up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's parents dropping their kids off and picking them up. And at the high school, kids are coming and going. I understand that concern, and the principals obviously have the ability to run their schools safely. But again, we're in the customer service business here, and I would just, maximum accommodation, I think would be a good plan of action, especially if the student, there's a plan for the student, there's responsibilities and benchmarks that they have to meet. Because again, the situation I'm particularly talking about is a high-level sport competitor who has practices at certain times of the day, moving towards, you know, a high level of competition. It's very hard for that person, that student, that child to apparently change those times, and if somehow the school could accommodate her without moving a bunch of courses around and trying to, you know, set up a specific course just for her, or as you said, I want to dictate my schedule exactly, but trying to maximally accommodate students based on the idea of customer service and competition that we have now, I would advocate for that. Thank you. Thank you.
As a spouse of a Florida Virtual full-time teacher, I would say go to Florida Virtual. I mean, that's why they're there. That's the business that they're in. Is they're extremely flexible, and you know, they're able to do whatever they want. My wife teaches a bunch of like athletes or whatever and so they can work whenever they want and do whatever they want. But I agree, if we can be flexible, great. But it's hard sometimes to get first period. We don't have any other, you know, whatever class we're looking for. That's the only time it's kind of hard. But Florida Virtual School is good. My teacher, 7th grade science teacher, there's one that's really, really good.
Okay, so is a virtual, again, I'm educating myself, is a virtual student, an FLVS student considered to be a homeschooler? If they are just enrolled uniquely, like, are they considered to be a public school student, or then are they now in a homeschool status if you enroll in Florida virtual schools?
You enroll in Florida Virtual School, you are not enrolled in one of our public schools. So you are considered a homeschool student, and you take your courses through Florida Virtual School.
Okay, so that's the same as if you choose some other curriculum that's not Florida Virtual School, you're a homeschooler. Okay, but you can still come to the school and take elective classes, and you can take, is that what I kind of hear you say?
We'll have rules defined for them. They can also participate in athletics or activities based on that. But we have it all defined in our homeschool office.
Okay.
So that kind of gives them a lot of different opportunities and flexibility. As Mr. Choate said, if you need to ensure that you have certain schedules for other things outside of the school day, Florida Virtual is set up for that type of flexibility.
Okay, and what about employment and things like that? When we get into high school students, do we allow them to leave early in the afternoon for employment opportunities and things like that? Or?
We offer on-the-job training. It's an elective course. There's certain criteria they have to adhere to be in that course, and then they set the schedule because they have to make sure that their core classes are scheduled first, and then they're able to give them a part of the day where they're able to do OJT.
When I hear you say
On-the-job training.
I understand what OJT means. I guess my question was, is that in conjunction with some vocational program or something that we're offering?
Yes. It would be an elective credit under the vocational umbrella.
So if I just want to go work at Walmart or work at a gas station or something, that I can't leave class during 7th period to go, hey, I have a job, it starts at 2 o'clock, I need to leave it.
Possibly could. It just depends on the schedule of the other courses.
The other courses, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for letting me beam back in there. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate you, what y'all do in the committee. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moves us to item number 4, discussion of new superintendent contract. I'll just say that the superintendent has signed the contract, Dr. Wysong. And I've spoken to him, and Mr. Dye has spoken to him, I believe, as well. I believe Mr. Dye sent the contract details to everybody. I don't know if we necessarily go into them now. I mean, you'll have them specifically in the actual document that we'll all have. But do you have anything before? I know there's some board members that want to speak. Do you have anything that you'd like to add about the contract?
I can just do a really quick summary. So as y'all directed, Chairman Choate and I put together a contract, and I spoke to all the board members individually and got input from each person. As you know, that contract was negotiated. We had another round of me talking with the board, getting your input on on the, sort of the counteroffer terms, and then we submitted a, kind of what we felt was a final and best contract, back to Dr. Wysong, which he, signed. And I've distributed a copy of the signed contract to everybody. So you've got that, and, and I sent you the red line that I sent him as well, so that you've seen it all, you've seen everything. And I've tried to be open, transparent with each one of you, get your feelings on the process and what you think, on each item. So I think it was, pretty efficient. I think it went pretty well. It was in a time period that, was very busy for both us and for him, trying to do his job over there. And so I think we got through it pretty quickly, despite the time period that we're all trying to get this done at the end of school and getting ready for next year. So that's it.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a question. His contract starts July 3rd. Ms. Saunders' contract ends June 30th. So we're going to have a 2-day period, possibly 3-day, without a superintendent, which during hurricane season, that could be a problem. So how can we have a superintendent for from June 30th to July 3rd?
Well, the easy answer is we can just change that date.
Well, he's already signed it.
It's just because it kind of hit on a weekend.
Yeah.
So we were starting his contract on the first business day. Was
Gonna
it?
make him sign it again then? Or,
We could.
okay, I think we definitely need to get him sworn in on the 1st,
Which is,
Saturday.
it's a Saturday.
Well, we could do it on the 30th, right?
Well, not with, she's still employed until that night. I mean, I don't know, I'm privy to the board, whatever the board wants to do. I don't particularly think that those 2 days are gonna be an issue. I would say maybe we can appoint somebody, for those 2 days to be acting superintendent until Monday morning. But,
Well, then we need to put that on the agenda to do that.
well, I think I don't think we necessarily need to do that. Well, I guess, I don't know. We usually don't.
Well, she
You
wouldn't have,
typically
she wouldn't have
somebody-
the authority as of June 30th.
True.
So we would have to have an interim superintendent, not an acting, an interim. Would that be correct, Mr. Dye?
I think you could do that.
Whatever. I mean,
So, and the appointment of an interim superintendent is ours to do, not hers.
Here,
Sure.
Here's an option too, just saying. Our actual last work day is the 29th. Right? Friday is the 30th. That is my contract, but you could, my contract's gonna run through there in terms of compensation and so forth. It's a day. You could do the swearing, you could change it and do a swearing in on the Friday. We don't have the district open, but, or you could choose to have an acting superintendent
Interim.
for the,
well, I don't think there's any legal term as an interim.
Yeah, it can be
Correctly. It'd just be the
Well,
superintendent.
because an acting superintendent says that you have a superintendent,
Well,
and we don't.
yeah.
So, we need to get that resolved.
I think the acting superintendent might be the easier move, because bringing him over to swear him in on a Friday, when he's really gonna start on a Monday,
He's moving that weekend. I would say, my preference, I guess, would be, I get what you're saying, so we gotta do something. I would say just have an acting or hire someone for 2 days, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, I think
It'll be
you,
an interim.
yeah, you can appoint somebody just for the little interim period.
You want the job?
The Seminole superintendent is the former attorney,
Yeah.
yeah.
We can,
well.
we can discuss that.
Yeah, what's the pay that comes with it?
Those 2 days. Those 2 days.
Well,
Might be good.
what we're not looking at too is, that's a holiday weekend.
Yeah,
That's, I mean, to bring him over on a 30th, and,
July 4th.
right, and then July 4th is Tuesday. But just going back to even the initial process of this, I had always thought, and I thought it was projected enough in our application process, that the new superintendent would start in June to work alongside our current superintendent. That was my whole mindset of what this is supposed to be. And now we're here to having a gap, which is, not good in my opinion. I think that, I understand there's a contract that he has to fulfill where he's at, but I also understand, there's an obligation here that he has accepted. And I don't know how we can manage that. I know when I came down here, I came here and left the husband and the dog at home. I mean, it was a duty that I accepted, and that's what I did to accommodate my new role. I worked alongside. I also trained over the phone some of the things that I did up north to the person that took my place. But you can't do that with this. I think that this start date in July is, I'm not happy with that part. I think it should have been sometime in June. And like I said, I understand the commitment he has, but I looked at also his role. It's not like there's no one up there to do his role. So I'm looking at all of those things too. In my mind, when we started this process, the new superintendent would work alongside our superintendent here now, Ms. Saunders, to get a lay of the land. I don't know what the communication line has been between Mr. Wysong and the district. I haven't had any conversations with him, and even going back to the initial contract when we started this, I said pretty solid, I want to know from start to finish what goes on. I don't want to see after the fact. And that's what I saw. The first offer was after the fact. It was already sent. I didn't get to review that. I'm like, oh, okay. So who came up with those figures, I don't know, but I know we as a board said we will vote to allow the chair to negotiate with Mr. Dye. And that was the process. But I also said, however, I think everybody on the board should see what is being offered before it's sent out. I think that step was skipped. And I'm just saying it's nothing to do with Mr. Wysong or anything like that. I didn't get to see that first step. So it's okay, we got through it. But I still go back to when FSBA advertised it, anticipated start date was sometime in June, if I remember right. I would have to go back and look at board notes, but I'm almost positive that we said sometime in June. And I don't mind being accommodating. I mean, I don't really mind being accommodating, but to Ms. Foreman's point, here we have a gap, and I don't mind even appointing a acting. I don't think that in between, the teacher's last day and July 4th, there's going to be a huge issue. I'm sure if there was a hurricane coming, we would have to all act as the people that are leading the district as we are. Direct somebody to take action, but I think that there's the gap, it worries me too. I don't know how many times I can say that, but Also, I don't know, I guess we need to stay on the start date, but he also gave us during our one-to-ones, and he even said it during interviews, a 100-day plan. I think that 100-day plan should be on our website so that the public knows what the direction of the new superintendent is going to take. I think that's transparency. I have it. I'm kept it. I'm sure the other board members did. It's a very thought out plan. It's very thorough. And I just think that that's something the public needs to see, because that's transparency and accountability. If those measures aren't met, then we can say, what happened? But I think that that would be a good thing for him to do as well.
Okay.
Rant over.
I guess I'd go back to Mr. Dye. I don't, with the start of in June.
Can I suggest?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, perhaps he does get sworn in on the 30th, and then we appoint him as the acting superintendent until his start date. It doesn't matter, you know what I mean, like,
I'm not so concerned about those.
I mean, those couple of days, if that's really a concern, like, get him sworn in, and then that would just be a formality for us. I mean, that's all that is. That's really like, it's a formality. So we could very easily just say, and he's our acting superintendent for those 2 days until his contract starts. That to me is pretty, I don't, you know what I mean, that there's no specific credential for an acting superintendent. I mean, we could appoint Charlie Kennedy our acting superintendent, you know? We could, you know what I mean?
I think
So-
Dr. Weissong's contract's through the 30th with Seminole.
It is.
Yeah.
So then that would cause, so if he was sworn in on the 30th, I mean, technically, it would be July 1 and July 2. He would be acting superintendent. I don't know why that would cause a problem. I mean, like, maybe there is. I don't see one personally, because that's who we want. We've already said that's who we want. So why would we do this thing where we're going to have somebody else like that? What a silly thing for us to do. Plus, I don't think it would be understood well on why we were doing it. But I think if we were just to say, he's starting on this date, period, and then we understand what that really means is he's acting for 2 days and contract begins on Monday, I think that's actually far more easy to understand and explain, like, yeah, well, the contract starts that day, but we're starting him, you know what I mean? I just think that that's something we can really easily work out without a lot of,
No, my point was, we just
You
need to
know.
put it on the agenda.
yeah, but I mean,
We
there's
need
no,
to fill
why,
that gap, and actually, I think, yeah, making Dr. Weiss on.
if he's willing to, which I don't know why he wouldn't be, but, you know, to me, that might be the best solution. I hear her, though, the district's not open on Fridays, so we're gonna have to be willing to open at least for the hour when he gets sworn in.
We'd have to be on the steps at 12:01 a.m. on July 1st. So, yeah, so name, appointing, just a motion, put it on the agenda, we'll make him acting or interim.
Well, maybe whenever the contract, if he's okay to that, if he's amenable, we just put him at the same time so that it's clear to the community what we are doing and why we are doing it. Because otherwise, if you piecemeal it, I don't think that would be very clearly communicated. So if we do one, I think we should try to also have the other piece if we have to do that, which just seems like, I think we would, I guess, so. I just wanted to say like that, I don't know why I don't feel like that needs to be a big issue, that's all.
No, but it just needs to be addressed.
Well, if I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
so on June 30th, you have your current superintendent still,
Right.
and he's still employed by Seminole. So,
Legal thing.
So are you saying we have to do it July 1 instead, or is that what you're saying?
I think you could appoint somebody to fill the gap from amongst your people you
Okay,
already
then I would
have.
prefer to appoint our current superintendent, because I don't want a gap of another person in there.
But the gap's not gonna be anything but
we can.
Saturday morning.
I know, but
They can't do anything. We're not even open.
I hear you. But I think about how that will be interpreted by employees and the community, and I don't think that's. I just hate the idea of another name. That's just me.
When she goes on vacation, there's another name and no one knows about it except for us five.
But this time it will be different.
I would just put a motion.
How about this? Can you research that and get with us and kind of see what you think? I mean, we've got 3 weeks to decide that, and if it is, extend her contract for 2 days and that's what we put on the agenda, and we'll do whatever. But I think there'll be people in the public saying, "Oh my gosh, you're extending her contract."
No.
I mean, so I think either way, whatever we do is ridiculous. Whatever day, somebody's gonna say something about it.
I wasn't saying to extend her contract. I was just going to say, do whatever formal procedure you're going to do it for her instead of doing it. Well, I didn't even ask her. But you know what I mean? If that's the thing we're going to do. Well, I mean, either that or Charlie Kennedy. He's sitting right there.
No, well,
I mean,
I'll talk to them.
and I'll say from the contract standpoint, I thought we were pretty transparent to everybody else on the board, and I wanted to make sure that, given the way that vote went and things like that, I wanted to make sure that was extremely transparent with what was going on and how we were negotiating. Starting point came from conversation between FSBA, where they thought other districts were, his criteria, et cetera, is where the starting point came from. As far as in June, I was never under the full impression, and I guess everybody else can give what they thought. I was never under the full impression anyone was going to become an employee for us in June. I was under the impression that they were coming here on their own sick days, etc., to shadow the superintendent. And hey, we'll pay you to come over and your gas and food, whatever. But never a contract starting in June. It was always July 1 or, obviously July 3rd with them coming over and shadowing. Now that conversation has happened with Ms. Saunders, and that shadowing, they're doing those dates and things like that, from my knowledge. I mean, I don't know if you picked exactly days, but I was never under the impression that we were actually having them a start date in June. It was come over and shadow in June, and you're starting July 3rd.
okay.
So, I mean, if that's not correct, I mean, I guess I was wrong, but that's what I always thought it was them coming over, and we didn't dictate either. You've got to come Monday, Wednesday, Friday of this week and that week. It was gonna be based on he still had an obligation to his district, and so that conversation of when to come over, and he's also got to work on the schedule of Ms. Saunders, so that was gonna and is scheduling now, from what I understand from a conversation with him this morning.
I just want to say I had the same understanding as you.
Okay.
I put my faith and trust in both of you to do the contract, because we can't all be part of that. It's really not a feasible thing, and that's why we had that conversation when we had it, because that, in all the other ones that I've been through with Mrs. Saunders, and it's always been the same manner where we get it, but we can't all be active in it because that would violate sunshine. So I put faith in both of you. You guys had, a limited amount of time, plus it's very busy. I totally understand, so.
Anybody else on this? Yeah. Did I never even ask you yet?
No. My impression was like Ms. Spray's, is that we talked about having a 30-day overlap. How there was going to be, but it's kind of water under the bridge right now. But is there going to be some type of is there an overlap plan, or is he coming over on his own, so to speak, and us paying him mileage? I'm just curious if there is any type of.
I did have an extensive conversation with Dr. Weissong last evening.
Okay.
I do believe he is, and after speaking to him, I understand his lens. He was in a district that 2 years ago, Seminole selected a new superintendent, and then the next meeting when the board was going to approve the contract, chose not to pick that one, threw that one out and picked somebody else. So I will tell you from his lens, he is awaiting the board authorizing his contract being formally approved before he comes. And you can understand if you experienced and worked in a district where that happened, you probably would not want to be overstepping or prematurely making decisions and moving forward until that final act happens. Now, he just signed the contract, so the board couldn't do anything prior to the 13th. So, I mean, that's just how that worked out. I think many people might have been under the assumption, including some staff, that once you picked him, he would start coming to visit. But I think that's why that has not happened. I had given him a number of dates after the 13th. He is going to work with his superintendent and looking at those and try to make those happen. He explained to me what type of meetings, be very similar to as when a new board member comes on, how we schedule meetings with different staff so that, you know, he can get the lay of the land. He did want to sit down with me and go over the budget extensively and some things like that. I do believe that will happen after the 13th.
Okay.
So I do believe, but I think that's why he hasn't come prior, which makes sense. You know, I think many of us were thinking it would be sooner, but I think he's a little hesitant because of what he's personally experienced.
And then there, you know, going back to some of my military experience, having two bosses on base, so to speak, because, you know, you're sitting in a meeting and there's you and there's him and there's a long-term decision that needs to be made, and now it's like, who's going to make that decision? So there is that issue too, but you guys will figure that out. Okay. But that was my impression, that there would be some overlap. But on the other hand, the two bosses issue is, so you'll figure that out. Maybe he doesn't go to staff meetings. I mean, you're still the decision maker until the day comes when you're not. And
right, he's not actually going to go into those type of things or board meeting, but meeting staff, trying to understand what the plan is and getting the lay of the land before he hits the ground running, I think is what he's looking to do.
great. And Mr. Dye, you said his contract goes through the 30th of June over there. Is that,
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Can you have two government jobs at the same time or not? I don't know. I mean,
You can't have two can't have two superintendents.
can't have two superintendents. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So if we hired, let's say his contract started on 15 June, would we be in some legal?
The board can hire one superintendent.
What would we have to call him? The deputy acting vice superintendent?
Well, I don't
like
think,
that.
I don't think his current contract allows
Okay.
that he has to devote his full attention to his current job.
I guess just because I watched too much Law and Order, but let's say that his contract had ended on the 15th of June over there, and we said, yeah, we want him to come over here full-time for 2 weeks. Could we just hire him as like the deputy superintendent in waiting or something, give him some type of deputy superintendent title?
You could make him a consultant or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
There would be a way to make that happen.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, let's see, I had some questions. We can talk about specific things in the contract?
Sure.
Okay. And that is a good point about the sunshine laws, Ms. Messenger, is that I think the reason that we weren't able to see the initial offer is because what would we have said? Like, if we'd have tried to give input in on it or something, then all that would have been discussion of this issue.
No,
Outside of that.
no, I don't want anyone to think differently, that I thought we should talk about it. It
Right.
was, the initial offer wasn't shared with the entire board before it was sent. That's all. I don't mean we all need to be sitting here talking about it or all of that. It was just that first initial one, I didn't see it until after it was sent. That's all.
I thought that too. I was like, I wonder what the contract looks like, and off it went without us looking at it.
Right,
But
that's
then-
right. When I was having, when you have people asking, I don't know, I haven't seen anything yet, and then something popped up, this is what we sent, that was my concern is, okay, it wasn't really shared with the entire board, it was only, and according to Chair Choate, FSBA had input on that and not, you know,
But we
But
can't.
we elect, so my question would be, if you all wanted to see it beforehand to have input to go back to die, then it should have never been voted on for me to be the only one to do it. It should have been all of us all together, and Die sent it to all of us, and then we all go back to Mr. Die and say, here's the starting point, here's the salary. So my understanding was when it came to me and you all said, you and I go do it. And then we did it. We came back and said, here was what we got. He countered. We came back, said, here's what he countered. We came back and did the negotiation and kept. Otherwise, we just should have said all five of us should have done it all together, right?
But we can't do it because that would be a sunshine. We
through
could-
communication with Dye, you can. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We could have all communicated ourselves to Mr. Dye, saying, here's what we want at the starting point. Here's what we want this, that,
Okay,
as we were building. But we chose not to do that. We chose to have the chair do it.
okay.
Please, let's not give Dr. Weissong reason to regret signing it.
I'm just curious from the sunshine, because it's one of those bizarre things, like, why can't we talk about sunshine law? Okay, but would it have been legal for you to send us the initial offer before you got sent to Dr. Weissong, or?
Yes, and I kind of did, because it was the same contract as Ms. Saunders' contract, and that was shared with y'all before his contract went out. So, so the contract format y'all had seen,
Okay,
and it's almost identical to Ms. Saunders' contract.
okay. Section 7.4, emergency leave. The superintendent may be granted paid emergency leave during the contract year at the discretion of the school board. Is that a provision that applies to other employees, or is this just something that's unique to, it's paragraph 7.4, that's unique to the superintendent's position? And if it is unique to the superintendent's position, why do we provide that provision for the superintendent and not any other employee in the district?
Is that for me?
Yes, I guess that would be, or whoever, yeah, probably for you.
Well, this contract is unique to the superintendent,
Okay.
so this isn't a policy for every employee.
No, I understand that, but what is the intent behind, because that's a very, it's something that's unique just to the super, and there are other things that are unique, but that is one of those, like, let's say Ms. Sellers or Mr. Wagner or I don't know, Mr. Hanson or somebody needed emergency leave to go somewhere and do something, and they're not eligible for it, but the superintendent is. Why? Is it just a perk that we decided to, and I don't mean that in a negative way necessarily, but it's just an extra thing that we put in the superintendent contract for
Yes,
negotiating purposes, or?
yes, it's been in the superintendent contract for several superintendents, and because it's at the discretion of the board, it's you don't even really need it in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because you don't have to grant it.
Okay.
So it's just one of those things.
In general, I'm just not in favor.
It's not a right. It's not a contractual right.
In general, I'm just not in favor of giving special provisions to the superintendent that wouldn't apply to other employees of the school system. Although things like a car allowance for all the traveling, the superintendent does. I do that stuff, but okay, it's not a fall on my sword issue. 7.5, if the superintendent is unable to perform regular duties because of personal illness or disability and has exhausted all accumulated sick leave, the board shall provide additional paid sick leave at a salary equal to the superintendent's then salary or until the expiration of the waiting period. Again, do all other employees have this? We don't do this for other employees. It's just another one of those things unique to the superintendent.
Yes. In overview, the board's contract with the superintendent is outside of what the other employees, how they are employed, if that makes sense. So there's a lot more flexibility in how the board hires a superintendent. It doesn't have to be the same for everybody.
The board shall provide additional paid sick leave at a salary equal to the superintendent's then annual salary until the expiration of the waiting period for long-term disability insurance or 180 days, whichever is shorter. So that's just an extra provision, that's a special provision given to the superintendent where for normal employees, they would not have this provision of getting, when they use up their sick leave until they apply for long-term disability insurance, we don't backfill their salary or anything, do, I'm sorry, ma'am?
You're correct.
You're correct. Okay, I'm just pointing that out. If anybody else wants to chime in on that, if not, I'm just not in favor of these special provisions. Sure, go
He's
ahead.
the boss.
Yeah,
And if you look at it like, you know, a business, the person, the CEO calls the shots pretty much, you know, on that. So he deserves the extra perks, you know, and the extra accommodation. And if has disability for 180 days, but yet you want him to continue as CEO during that period of disability, you provide for that. So,
so, like in the government service, there's no, in the federal government service that I saw, there was no provision that the leader of the organization got special worker compensation rights or got special disability leave. You know, if the general on the base, well, it's a little different in the military because you're constantly covered over, but.
it is, became a partner in a firm, and as a partner, I had certain compensation that was available to me if I was disabled, you know, there was a whole different compensation package that other people in the firm were not entitled to.
This is a government entity. We're not hiring the CEO of a for-profit company. It just, my experience is it looks bad when the boss has special privileges that the rest of the organization doesn't have, other than things like an expense account because we want them to go to more events, rather a vehicle, you know, provision, a vehicle allowance, which because they have to do a lot of traveling, I'm okay with those things because we're asking them to do that. But when they have special, you know, disability provisions and special emergency paid leave divisions, like I think Mr. Wagner works just as hard as Ms. Saunders, though she works hard too. And if Mr. Wagner needed a paid emergency leave, I guess the answer would be, well, sorry about that, but that's not how we work things around here. Or if he used up his sick leave and then was waiting for his long-term disability insurance, the district would not backfill him. I just think it sets a bad tone to have the boss getting special privileges other than those required.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Mr. Dye about these?
Well, so
that was part of the process is what we were to talk with him about once we saw a draft of the contract.
Right, but realize, Ms. Foreman, that, you know, we're doing lots of things. We're looking over the agenda for this workshop, the agenda for the meeting next week. And so sometimes as we're sitting here looking at things, this is what happens with Ms. Spray sometimes is it comes, you know what? I just put a little more attention onto that right now. The expectation that all of us will have all of our questions answered about all of these things before that's why we have meetings, so we can discuss things. And it's an unrealistic expectation to say, well, Mr. Tatum, you don't get to discuss provisions in the contract because you should have done your homework before you got here. We have meetings to discuss these things.
Well,
so I'm going to continue discussing these.
Well, no, that's fine, and I'm not
Okay,
saying that you
thanks.
shouldn't, but the time to discuss it is before it gets signed. It's during the period of negotiation.
We don't have a board, we don't have a collective meeting.
No, but he can do it with Mr. Dye.
I think,
But things come up, and this is the
Right.
point, Ms. Foreman, is that things come up in discussions. Like, let's say you're buying a house or something, and you're having a discussion with the realtor and your wife or your spouse and the home inspector, and there are things that come up. You may not think of things, but as someone's talking through issues, you go, oh, it's a good point. I didn't think about that. I got a question. So the idea that, well, you really can't bring up any points about the contract now because you should have talked to all those, you should have talked about all those with Mr. Dye before we got here. It's just, I'm sorry. Things come up. Now I've got 100% of my attention on this, where maybe before I read through it and I didn't even think about these kind of things, or my mind was focused on, you know, we got the agenda for the next board meeting, or, you know, like an hour before we went to my board meeting yesterday. So I would just ask for your grace that I keep going back to the fact, because of sunshine laws, we can only talk about these things during these meetings.
I have concern that he could be looking at this meeting right now going, they're gonna pull it, and I don't blame him for waiting until the 13th.
Well, Mr. Weissong, if you're watching, I want you to come here 100%.
Absolutely.
But we have a fiduciary responsibility, and I believe as a leadership responsibility to make sure that this contract is a good contract for you, but also for the district as a whole, and providing special provisions for people about disability payments and extra sick leave and stuff like that. I think giving the boss special perks outside of the ones that are necessary are not a good idea, but I'm not going to follow my sword over it.
Can I
so.
elaborate on that? The first
Yep.
line of that says, is unable to perform regular duties because of illness, personal illness or disability. Okay, there's the key. If someone's unable to perform their job on a regular basis, they need to do, we have hopefully we'll have a deputy superintendent to backfill while any superintendent, not just this one, has the opportunity to come back and perform regular duties. So that's a key line there for me, unable to perform. If I'm unable to perform my duty, then I would have to say, okay, can't make a conscious decision because he may have had a head injury, who knows? Then we would have to look at who's going to be making those decisions for us. So that would be that's the line that caught me. And I actually skimmed over it too, so him bringing that up to the whole board. Again, I think this is more, we only get this time. We cannot talk outside of this room. So being able to do that on any topic, and we're respecting the sunshine laws by doing it that way. I'm not gonna call Dr. Weissong and say, hey, this little clause, or can you be here on the holiday weekend to be sworn in? I can't call him and say that, but this is the only time we can talk, and we want you to come, Dr. Weissong. We're happy to come, but we are a service-oriented business. Call it government or business, it's all the same. We have customers, and there are taxpayers. There are students, there are teachers, there are employees. So that's what I look at, I'm here because somebody said you can represent what we feel on all levels. It wasn't just the taxpayer that voted, it's the teachers and everyone else, even staff here that voted. So I think it is our duty to review things like this.
Okay, I'm going to refuse to participate in this conversation anymore because we have entered the negotiations, we have reached an agreement, we have committed, he has our word that this is the contract, these are the terms of it. We're not going to renegotiate it at this time, and it's not appropriate. This conversation is not appropriate at this time. If you'd wanted to talk about it before, we could have, but, and if we needed to have a special meeting, we could have, but this is highly inappropriate to do this.
Okay. So, no, I'm not quite done. So, so what you're saying then is that, see, this is where the sunshine laws become such a problem. So what you're saying is that, because the way this happened was we got a counteroffer, right? And then you took the counteroffer and renegotiated with him, and then you
Send it to us first.
Sent it,
Everybody got the counteroffer.
got the counteroffer,
Before we went back.
and then we gave you our input on that.
Correct.
And then you gave us, and then so you negotiated a new contract, which we did. The counteroffer to his counteroffer was not provided to us before you sent it back to him, right?
No, it was.
So the offer that you were going to send to him was provided to us before you sent it back to him?
Yes, and I sent
Okay.
you a list of the changes
Okay.
of our counter, of the Manatee counter.
Yeah.
And the guts of the contract are the same as what it's been with Superintendent
So
Saunders
the,
and previous.
so the contract that you sent back to us, the counteroffer that you sent back to us to review, is the exact same thing that he signed?
Yes,
Okay,
there was no other changes made.
okay.
And if I could say just one more thing, try to help. These terms that you're asking about, just, disability insurance, things like that, these are very similar in the superintendent contracts throughout the state. So there's kind of a market
Okay.
for these, for hiring superintendents and what their contracts customarily have in them.
Okay.
So, and we're in line with that market. So that's what's kind of expected, not just from Dr. Weissong, but from anybody that's trying to become a superintendent.
Okay.
So these are kind of boilerplate in a way. They haven't changed much. If you go back and you looked at Mr. Mills and Diane Green's contract, and you keep going back, you're going to see the similar kind of perk packages. And some of these things are better than the deputy superintendent or on down. But the superintendent as well is kind of on 24/7, right? I mean, something happens, you can call that lady in the middle of the night, and she'll get on it. And the same with him and anyone else. So it's kind of the one person that's supposed to work all the time basically, and that's some of the justification for perks for the CEO. And if something happens, they're kind of responsible for it, whether they did it or not. I mean, so that's some of the justification you'll hear. But I just wanted you to know that the Manatee contract's not like particularly pro superintendent more than anyone else's. And so these provisions are very customary and typical in the market.
Okay.
Okay.
I still don't agree with them, but, so my other question then would be, why did we even put this on if we're not supposed to have a discussion about this in the workshop, if, as Ms. Foreman says, it's a done deal, why did we even have it on the workshop as an agenda item?
I was asked. I was asked by another board member. And
I asked to have it on the
replied.
agenda because I felt as a board, we're not allowed to talk outside of this room. So I just thought we would bring it, and it was more, my intent was not to get into the meat of the contract, but the process, the start time, that kind of thing was more my intent. Not to dial down every line item on the contract, because, and I skimmed over that part, but it clearly says, but I'm not debating the merits of the contract. I was just wanting us to have a collective meeting. This is what we did. This is what we settled on. And I think it's a good offer. I think it's a very good offer. So I didn't bring it to the board to cause any dissension with Ms. Foreman here, who left, but just to say, this is what we did to the public. This is where we're at. We're gonna welcome him with open arms, and I'm sure the staff will too. And it's gonna be up to us to, because of the dynamic of him being under contract in Seminole, we can't bring him under contract in Manatee. That is the law. It just so happened to be a holiday weekend, a weekend day, instead of the first being on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. It just fell that way. I, for one, did not look at that as oh my goodness, this is gonna be on a holiday weekend. So I didn't look that far ahead, because like you said, we're constantly looking at the next briefing, the next agenda, and trying to get ahead of all of that. My point was just say, yeah, this is who we have. Let's post the 100-day plan for the public and for the staff and the community to get behind the new superintendent and help him along to get to know our community. I mean, a tour on a one day and then a meet and greet one evening does not represent all of Manatee. We have a great community here, and I think that he's gonna see that it's a great community and we're gonna help him along. It was never my intent to be, make this a divisive type thing. It's more, we got a pretty good guy here. He's got a lot of smarts. He's very intelligent. So it's not that we're settling. So many times I've heard people say to me in the community, we settled. No, we didn't.
Yeah,
Look
I
at the
don't know.
background.
Yeah.
Look at all of the background he's got. So I don't think that we settled at all. There's some things that maybe I was a little offended on through that process, shocked actually, but we got through it and he signed it. So that's where we are.
My only final comment will be that maybe I have a misunderstanding because I haven't been through the process before, is that we bring, when something is on a workshop item, it's for discussion.
Right.
So it comes to a workshop, we discuss if we like what we see, we either change it or we just say, yep, looks good, and then it goes to a board meeting and then we vote on it. So when I came to this workshop, I thought, well, here's a contract. He may have signed it, but we didn't sign it. And so the idea is to look at it. Do we like it? Yes, we do. Okay, send it on, or or no, we don't like it. What changes do we want to make? And then we do this in a workshop, and then we vote on it on the 13th. And so me having these discussions is saying to me, it was just doing the normal procedure of it's in a workshop, and do I have some concerns about this issue? I do, and then we kind of come to a collective discussion, and then we send it on to the 13th. But so I don't understand what Ms. Foreman's concern is not about discussing this. Just because he signed the contract doesn't prohibit the rest of us, does it legally, from having this discussion? Does it? No, it doesn't. So
This is why I brought it.
I would just encourage you, if you're listening, Ms. Foreman, and we still love you, and you're a great American. I just needed to have this discussion. But I'm not going to follow my sword for these issues, but they are concerning to me. I'm willing to go forward with the contract as it is and sign it or vote for it on the 13th. But in future negotiations in this area, who knows, maybe the next time we come around for a superintendent, I'll take a little closer look maybe, and I would not be in favor of those provisions that give special perks to the boss, other than things that are necessary for extra car payment, extra car provision and stuff like that. So I'm done. Thank you.
All right, we do have one public comment that signed in right at gavel, and that is Charlie Kennedy.
At gavel. At gavel.
Thank you. Yeah, it was 8:59 a.m. when I hit
Oh, my
submit.
goodness.
And I was like, well, I'll see if I show up. But good afternoon to all. Mrs. Messenger, I politely decline because if I were to accept a 2-day role, I would pull the old Al Haig and be running around the building saying, I'm in charge now. That's an older reference. So but anyway.
It'd be a Saturday, though.
It would be a sad. I couldn't do too much damage on a weekend. But I think there's something being missed here, which to me is a much greater red flag. There was four people involved in this negotiation: Chair Choate, Mr. Dye, Dr. Wysong, and Dr. Wysong's attorney. Only one of those people is to be our superintendent, and that's Dr. Wysong. And he, of those four people, missed an incredibly crucial and most basic detail of being a superintendent, and that's that the district must have a superintendent. So in this process of making this contract, it never clicked in his mind that, wait a minute, I can't start on July 3rd because that would leave Manatee County Schools without a superintendent for 2 days. So I just want to raise that red flag that the superintendent's first job is to follow Florida statute. And if this was missed, what is potentially going to be missed down the road? I'm not saying throw out I'm not here to advocate for that. It's got its pros and cons, but we're down this road and here we are. So I just want to raise that. I also want to raise the fact that I couldn't find the contract on the board agenda. And I understand, like, to Mr. Tatum's point, the board's not really going to take action until the next meeting. So maybe it doesn't really have to be out there. This is among you all right now, not the public. But I heard earlier that there was a counter offer. And so it also troubles me, not as much as the statutory issue being missed by Dr. Weissong, but it does trouble me that this gentleman is being handed the keys to a Ferrari. This is a district which is in the best financial shape it's ever been. We are in the best academic shape we have ever been in. He has zero experience as a superintendent and is counter-offering, I guess, for more money. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the red line copy, so I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth. But that also is very troubling. This is his first superintendent job, and he and his attorney are needling you all for apparently more than you originally offered. When if I were him stepping into my first role as a superintendent, I would be saying, where do you want me to sign? I'll take whatever you're offering if it's within reason of other medium-sized Florida school districts. So kind of not really getting off to a great start here. In my eyes, I don't claim to speak for anyone other than myself, but it does send a signal to the district. So that said, have a great weekend. Thank you for this debate. Take care.
All right, with that is end of public comments.
Can I respond to that from Mr. Weiss? I'd like to respond for Mr. Weissong's sake. Is that I believe we have a fair. I just believe we have a fair contract. I think he knows the rules well enough. We can appoint somebody for 2 days. I don't know why. I'm not going to hold it against him that somehow he didn't figure out there was a 2-day gap in there. He knows the rules well enough. That was something that was negotiated between all of you. Secondly, I mean, I'm a believer in the free market competition, and he hired a lawyer to do his negotiations with us, and we negotiated with him. And I'm not of the opinion of min running people's salaries and things like that. I mean, I don't think we should have paid him $300,000 a year, but I think what's in here is fair compensation for what he's doing. It's far and above what CEOs of organizations with 6,000 people get. And I just want to let him know, if he's watching this, that I think your compensation is fair. I don't hold it against you that you negotiated to get the best deal that you could get for you and your family in a free and competitive market. And yeah, I have no issues with any of that.
All right, and we are adjourned.